crushing my brain with the candlelight. Losing my breath, losing myself, dreams are out of sight. Stop struggling against my demons. Stop thinking life has fiction. Eddie, burn, burn, burn. Burn the pain, burn the lies, burn the fear inside myself. And burn it all again. It's the right time to escape this cage I've been looking for so long. It's not where I belong. Let it burn, burn, burn into the ground.
Hello and welcome to Burn After Reading Live. I'm Rick, also known as the Game Master of Slaying Final Bosses. Today we're diving into the trial of Richard Allen, and I'll be referencing Fox 59's day-to-day trial coverage. But before we begin, a quick disclaimer. I'll share my opinions, but remember, they're just that, opinions. Don't take my word as gospel and be wary of the other loudmouth YouTubers or content creators who have already made up their minds, including those who've attended court hearings or have been inside the courtroom. Ultimately, the trial's outcome hinges on the state's and defense's arguments, evidence, and of course, the jury's deliberations. The reason for this disclaimer is that many viewers seem to latch on to creators based on charm or personality rather than the substance. Some present arguments with flair, but lack depth. Self-proclaimed investigators often have questionable backgrounds, including felony records and unstable employment. They seek affirmation through these means. And as for me, I'm unaffected by opinions and accusations of people who've claimed I virtue signal. Hey, if you want to label me, that's just groovy, baby. That's just groovy. So let's take a look, shall we, of what people think so far, whether they find Richard Allen is innocent or guilty. So let's do that real quick. I'm going to share my screen. All right. So from 125 votes, which I mean isn't a lot, but it's a sample size, I was actually quite surprised with this. 68% of people think that Richard Allen is guilty, so a very large majority, where 32% find that he is not guilty. And I thought it would be much closer than that. So we're just going to kind of go back from the beginning. And like I said, I'm going to use Fox 59 as a reference. Now, as we go along, I'd like to hear your guys' opinion. I'd like to hear if you think that Richard Allen is innocent or guilty. If I'm missing anything, bring that up. We'll talk about it. Be very curious. So earlier when I was testing this out as well, when I was going through Fox 59's website, sometimes it can freeze. It acts really weird because it's got all of these advertisements that pop up. And I noticed I didn't have an issue if I didn't share my screen. So I'm going to share it. But if it starts to give me problems, I'm going to unshare it and then I'll just read. So let's go ahead and do that. Pardon me. So, of course, the first day was, of the trial was jury selection. And you can already see I'm already having issues with it. Let me try this. Yeah, you see? Yeah, I'm gonna I don't know why it does that. Yeah, now it scrolls just fine. So we know day one was so we had testimony, but let's go. Oh, there we go. All right, so we had jury selection October 14th through October 16th. And that was over 3 days in Allen County. We had 12 jurors and 4 alternates. They were selected. The jurors were informed that they would be sequestered for a month as they worked to decide the fate of Richard Allen. The trial was scheduled to start on October 18th in Carroll. And then On October, I'm going to read that, and we'll start with the prosecution's opening statement. So during opening statements, prosecutor Nick McClellan maintained that Allen is Libby German's phone, said that Allen stalked the girls and killed them. Abby and Libby, McClellan said, were walking on the Monon High Bridge, a rite of passage for young people who live in the area. They posted photos on Snapchat and then noticed a man, February 13th, 2017. The weather was atypically warm for February, the prosecutor said. Then said, down followed for the girls who were then found dead on February 14th, 2017. And McClellan said that the jury will see graphic photos of the crimes nude and covered in blood. Abby was wearing Libby's clothes and her throat had also been slit. The remaining clothes were found in Deer Creek. Libby's phone and shoes were under Abby. According to McClellan, Allen confessed to details that only the killer would know. He also said Allen matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge minutes before the girls were abducted and killed. He brought up an unspent bullet found at the scene and said that it matched a gun owned by Allen. Allen admitted being on the bridge during a 2017 interview when investigators brought him in for a second interview. He had no explanation for why he was in the area, the prosecutor told the court. McClellan said Allen planned to have his way with the girls but was interrupted and then killed them. McClellan told the court that Allen admitted to the crimes to his wife and mother, with those confessions being unprovoked and freely, knowingly made. He also said witnesses will testify that they spotted a man wearing clothes matching Allen's and walking with muddy or bloody stains on his pants around the time of the murders. And now we get to the defense's opening statement. After McClellan delivered his opening statement, Allen's defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, spoke before the court. He countered that witness descriptions are inconsistent, suggested Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led him to confess. He also called the bullet evidence inconclusive and said that there was reasonable doubt about the prosecution's theory and Allen's guilt. During this nearly hour-long opening statement, Baldwin challenged the murder investigation itself, suggesting police botched the probe from the very start. And forgive me, because this damn website is like bouncing everywhere, and it takes me away from where I was reading. Okay, so here we go. So the state mishandled and lost evidence. Baldwin claimed and tussled with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Baldwin echoed a statement he made during jury selection, saying a hair found in Abby Williams' hand didn't provide a match for Allen. The defense claims the hair matches a relative of Libby's, but investigators for years. That information initially came to light this week during jury selection. The defense attorney also suggested the girls may have gone up an access road, gotten into another vehicle, and were killed elsewhere before being taken back to where the bodies were discovered near Deer Creek. And I'm sorry, I don't buy this that they were transported somewhere else. I'm sorry, I don't. Doesn't mean that the prosecution, or I'm sorry, not the prosecution, but law enforcement's investigation was good, but I just don't believe in that theory. I don't believe in the Odinist theory. So I guess if you guys are a fan of that, you're probably not going to like much of what I'm going to say regarding it. But anyways, Baldwin cast doubt on the state's theory. He argued that the state's timeline of the killing doesn't fit if security video evidence showed Allen's car had left the area of the Monon High Bridge nature trail before the murders occurred. Baldwin walked the jury through the defense version. That bridge guy and perhaps others accosted the girls at the south end of the bridge, loaded them into a vehicle, and drove away, only to return 12 hours later to kill the victims near Deer Creek. Now, I am going to say this, it's not very typical that killers would do that. Usually, killers will either kill where they're at, or if they are going to abduct a body, they're going to transport it somewhere else, not where everyone is looking for them. Okay. So this idea that they were going to take them back where they're now being heavily searched for, it's ridiculous. But anyways, let's move on. So Baldwin walked the jury through the defense team's version. I already went through that. The jury said, there we go. The jury said fruitless searches of the area, let me say that again. The attorneys said fruitless searches of the area the night before, activity on Libby's cell phone 12 hours after investigation, believes the girls were dead, and the complexity of the crime showed the murders would be beyond the ability of one man of modest stature to carry out with two different knives. He saw DNA, social media, or forensic evidence linking Allen to the girls' deaths. Um, and so there were other court developments on this particular day. Earlier in the proceedings, Gohl ruled that wildly circulated composite sketches could not be used in court. The state filed a motion in limine this week saying that the sketches released in July 2017 and April 2019 could confuse or mislead the jury. McLeland contended the sketches weren't used to identify Allen. The defense argued that the sketches the prosecution. Several members of the media drew the ire of the court Friday. 4 media members, including a wire service, Associated Press, and network photographer, NBC, had cameras confiscated and memory cards erased. They've been banned from the trial after pointing cameras at prohibited areas outside the courtroom. Gohl said the individuals violated the media decorum order issued ahead of the trial. And something, again, I find really interesting is with all of this security and safekeeping and house cleaning that Judge Gohl wants to do, she lets a jackass walk into the courtroom who threatened Richard Allen, threatened and Brad Rosie, saying that if the outcome didn't go the way that he wanted it to, then he would go ahead and kill them. Now, most likely this person is posturing. I mean, they're 5'7" and they're a coward for the most part, and he threatens people all the time. But again, compared to other things that she's done, like when Rick Snay, Delphi After Dark, and Noe had their little issues inside, you would think that she wouldn't tolerate anything, and she would also play the better to be safe than sorry card. So that's enough of my. So we went into the opening statements. Let me see here. So let's go into the testimonies. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this here. With the timeline, it has more specific information, and that's what I want to read. I don't want to just read the little summary because the little summary doesn't really carry everything. But before I do that, let me see what's going on. Also make sure that the live comments is working. Because I do see we have 18 viewers. See if I goof this up. All right. If anyone can hear me though, just say you can hear me. We got 18 people in here. Just let me know. Closing some things up. All right. So first witnesses included family members and deputy called to search. So Becky Patty took the for emotional, and it did it again. I'm sorry, guys. It's what I should have done was copied and paste all of this and then read it. So I do apologize. This is not working out smoothly. But anyways, Becky Patty took the stand for emotional testimony in the Delphi murders trial. The grandmother of Libby German was the first person called to testify in the proceedings. She described Libby as active, very smart, involved in sports, and said she had tons of friends. Her best friend, however, was Abby Williams. They were inseparable, went on vacations together, and frequently slept at each other's houses. They played volleyball and were in band together. Libby had just turned 14 in December, Patty said, and Abby had spent the night before the girls headed off for a fateful walk. She asked if she and Abby could go on the trails, with her older sister Kelsey driving them. Another family member was supposed to pick them up later that day. She came to the office saying goodbye, Patty recalled, often fighting tears during her testimony. I told her to grab a jacket. Last last thing she said was, "Grandma, I'll be okay." Patty's recollection. Libby was wearing a tie-dye shirt and gray sweatpants. The last time she saw her, Patty was convinced the trail was safe, although she knew the Monon High Bridge's reputation. It extended high into the air with no guardrails. Still, Libby was adventurous and wanted to go over the bridge, something prosecutor Mick McClellan called a passage. Uh, she liked adventure. She wanted to try anything once, Patty said. She was intelligent. She had more reasoning power than I. She was calm. That was her nature. Libby was a true crime fan, her grandmother said. She was logical. She loved crime shows. She said, I'm going to help you solve crimes. She wanted to make a difference, Patty said. When a family member went to pick up the girls from the trail around 3:30 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, they weren't there. Libby wasn't answering her phone. Other family members tried to call her without success. Abby didn't have a phone, so the family called her mom but couldn't immediately reach her. For hours, the family tried to call Libby. They couldn't get her to answer. They went on the trail to look for the girls but didn't find them as the night wore on. The next day, searchers found the girls dead. A friend comes running up to me. We found them. We found them, she said. I remember turning around to my sister who was sitting there crying, and all she could say was, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Initially, Patty didn't understand why no one would take her to see Abby and Libby. Then I saw the coroner's van driving by, Patty recalled. That's when I realized they weren't alive. During cross examination, Patty said she learned months later that Libby wasn't wearing pants when searchers found her. She also told the court she provided a sample of her own hair 2 days ago for DNA analysis. Patty claimed she had done this a few times over the years. The defense revealed in court this week that a hair found with Abby didn't match their client. As questioning wrapped up, the state asked if Libby had been exposed to guns. Patty said the family had shotguns for hunting, but that no one in the house owned a handgun. A gun plays a central role in the Delphi murders investigation. Prosecutors allege the suspect, Richard Allen, was armed when he encountered the girls on the trail. The state says an unspent bullet found at the crime scene was ejected from a gun owned by Allen. And more German family take the stand. More members of the German family followed the matriarch by taking the witness stand that Friday. Kelsey German, the sister of Libby, was second to speak before the jury. Kelsey said she was very close to her young sister and was the one who dropped Libby and Abby off at the trail on that fateful day. The jury saw a glimpse into the happy family, as Kelsey shared a selfie taken inside her car as the girls headed to the Monon High Bridge. Libby's sister then was asked to map out the route she drove from their home to the trail. Kelsey said she didn't learn sister was missing until 4 p.m. She had dropped the girls off at 1:40 p.m. When asked if she initially thought something awful had happened to her sister, Kelsey said no. Kelsey helped search for her sister and didn't learn the girls were found until two women came running up to her, not knowing she was the sister of one of the missing girls, and informed her the two girls had been found. Like her grandmother, Kelsey told jurors she had provided her DNA to investigators within 2 days. Following Kelsey on the witness stand was Derek German, Libby's father. Derek said it was him who was supposed to pick up the girls, but Libby never picked up her phone. Derek said he called as he pulled up to the trail, but Libby never answered. According to Derek's testimony, he ran into another man while searching for his daughter and her best friend. The man said that he didn't see the girls. He also reportedly didn't hear any screaming or yelling. Derek did his own yelling through calling out for Abby and Libby, but there was no response. Derek and other family members looked for the girls, but after coming up empty and coming up empty to the sheriff's office, he went back into continued to search and walk the trails. By the time I got back to the entrance, I could tell something was up. I just heard mom screaming, Derek German said. Derek was close to tears, voice breaking, as he recited his recollection of that fateful day that he lost his daughter. He recalled seeing the coroner's van pull up to the scene along with a dozen cop cars. Shortly before 3:30 p.m., Derek ended his testimony and the court broke for recess. Abby's mother takes the stand. The final family member to take the stand that Friday was Anna Williams, the mother of Abby Williams. Anna had to take a moment to collect herself when asked to describe her only child. She smiled, remembering the girl. She cried too. Abby was active at her church and ran with a small group of friends. She liked to play volleyball and softball. Abby didn't have a phone yet, Anna said. She was waiting until Abby started high school before gifting her with one. The mother had no concerns about Abby spending the night with Libby. She planned on picking her daughter up at 8 p.m. the next day after she got off of work. Anna was at work when her phone rang, once, twice, a third time. Back-to-back calls from Becky. Anna was told to go to the sheriff's office. Even then, she didn't think that she was about to walk into was a big deal. She didn't know her only daughter was gone for good. The defense teams cross-examined Anna Williams shortly before 4:20 p.m. They asked the grief-stricken mother about her daughter's voice. They asked her if it was soft, loud, or high-pitched. Depends who she was speaking to, Anna said. The first deputy on scene. The last person to be called up to the witness stand that Friday was Deputy Mitchell, I believe it's Catrone, of the Carroll County's Sheriff's Department. He was on duty when the worried German family called 911 to report the girls were missing. Dispatch received the call at 5:15 p.m. Catrone heading to the trails to help search for the girls. And according to him, he walked the trails searching for the girls and was always listening. He also searched the nearby private property of Brad Weber. The girls might have been walking on the private property that butted up next to the trails. Kelsey was also asked about the private property during her testimony, stating she was unaware it was a private property. Catrone said Weber permitted him to search the property for the girls. He searched the property for roughly 5 to 7 minutes. Catrone said Weber was neither bloody, sweaty, or disheveled. The girls weren't found during Catrone's search of the trails or the private property. He ended up being relieved by the night shift at 6:30 p.m. and went home. He wasn't aware of the magnitude of the search he first began until he had already left for that day. The trial in the long developing case started with jury selection on Monday in Allen County. The state and defense presented their opening statements, and we've been through this, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Wow, now I'm getting a bunch of people. Holy crap. All right, let me take a read. Okay, so, all right. Yeah, I can hear you. Good, good. Awesome. Late listening and grocery shopping. I hear that. Good morning, everyone. Just heard Christmas music in the store. Need this break. All right, so I'm glad everyone can hear me. That's good. So we're going to move on to the next thing. We're going to try to here. All right. We try to navigate through this thing successfully. I wish they wouldn't have so many ads on these news sites. Like it's really really annoying. All right, so we're going to get into day 2 testimony Saturday, October 19th. Okay. So, Delphi's former police chief and two people who searched for Abby Williams and Libby German in 2017 testified Saturday in the Delphi murders trial. While Friday's testimony primarily included girls' families, Saturday's session centered around the initial reports of the missing girls and the efforts to find them. Abby and Libby were dropped off at the Delphi Trail on Monday, February 13th, 2017, when they didn't have and several calls to Libby's phone went unanswered. Family members reported them missing. That touched off a large search that ended in tragedy on February 14th when the best friends were found dead. Carroll County prosecutor Mick McClellan revealed someone cut both girls' throats. Libby was found nude while Abby was wearing her friend's clothes. 2022. Indiana State Police announced the arrest of Richard Allen, now charged with 4 counts of murder in connection with the girls' deaths. And Allen's trial is currently underway in Carroll County. So Steve Mullen took the stand for the prosecution. He's the former police chief for the Delphi Police Department and was on duty on February 13th. He went on to work as an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. Mullen was not physically involved in the February 13th or February 14th search for the girls. He told the court he remained at headquarters to coordinate the search effort. 2 members of the search party spoke in court Saturday. Jake Johns recalled that another searcher saw footprints and disturbed rocks sliding down the hillside to the riverbank on the south side of Deer Creek. The description fits the prosecution theory that the person responsible for killing the girls, referred to as Bridge Guy, and Libby to walk down the hill to the south side of the creek, crossed, and then killed them on the creek's north side. Johns said the water was slightly deep and not fast moving. Still, he decided not to cross. He saw a piece of clothing floating in the creek. It was Libby German's tie-dye shirt, and called out to a nearby firefighter to investigate. Pat Brown, not to be confused with the criminal profiler Pat Brown, set out to search for the girls after hearing they were missing. When learning something had been found in the creek, he walked from County Road 300 north throughout the cemetery onto Ron Logan's property south toward the north side of Deer Creek. He came across the girl's body on February 14th and called out to the other searchers. "We found them." He told the court they were mannequins. His voice cracked during the recollection. Brown then called the Delphi Police Department to report this discovery. Disturbed, he turned his back on the grisly scene. During Saturday's proceedings, jurors saw an aerial map of Deer Creek, the bridge, and the nearby property of Ron Logan. The jury watched a drone video tour of the area near the trail across the bridge on the south side of the creek and viewed a photo of the area. Judge Fran Gall dismissed jurors at 11:35 a.m. She indicated that testimony from the next witness on Monday would be largely. It's likely jurors will hear from the first law enforcement to arrive at the scene and secure it at the start of the investigation. So now we're going to get into Monday, and this is day 3 testimony. I'm just going to check the live. I think I probably picked a bad time to do this. All right. Okay, so Monday marked the third day of testimony in the Delphi murders trial. Judge Fran Gall cautioned on Saturday that Monday's testimony would be lengthy. She wrapped up Saturday's proceedings early as a result. Monday's session included testimony from Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Giancola, the first deputy to arrive at the scene, and Sergeant Jason Page, a crime scene investigator with Indiana State Police. The state entered more than 40 crime scene photos into evidence. The photos included shots of the general area as well as close-ups of both Abby Williams and Libby German. The images showed Abby Williams was dressed while Libby German was not. Abby's clothes appeared to be damp. Bloodstains were visible on the ground, and nearby trees. Both girls had suffered lacerations to their throats. Abby's body was 3 to 5 feet away from Libby's, according to the images. Libby's left arm was raised above her head, while her right arm was at her side. Abby was lying on her back with her right knee bent slightly and her right foot under her left leg. Some jurors and observers expressed shock at the images during the mostly subdued court session. Tree branches were on top of the girls. They appeared set in a V or a cross-shaped pattern, according to Fox 59/CBS4 reporter Russ McQuaid. Some of the branches were large, with a large tree limb noted on Libby's left shoulder. Richard Allen, charged with 4 counts of murder in connection with the February 2017 deaths of the girls, showed no significant reaction from the defense table as the photos were displayed. Right? I don't know why all these people have fucking complicated names, but Giancola's testimony. So Deputy Darren Giancola told the court he's been with the sheriff's department since 2011. He wasn't on duty when the girls disappeared. However, he began looking for them around midnight after hearing about Abby's and Libby's disappearance on social media. He had a flashlight, but noted the area was extremely dark. The search ended around 2 a.m. He didn't believe any harm had come to the girls at that point. I have worked in this field for a while, he told the court. We usually would have juveniles go missing, and it turns out they were at a movie or something with friends, but would usually show back up. All right. And the next day, he arrived at the scene and encountered a distraught woman. He soon learned searchers had found the girls' bodies. Both had a large laceration on their throat, Giancola said. Both had a substantial amount of blood on their person and underneath. He didn't perform a life-saving measure on the girls because it was apparently they were deceased, he told the court. Giancola secured the area and called his superiors. Indiana State Police soon arrived. He recalled he stayed at the location for the rest of the day and night to preserve the crime scene as the investigation began. During cross-examination, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked Giancola to further describe the search timeline and the terrain near Deer Creek and the Monon High Bridge. He also said Abby Williams' clothing appeared to be wet. He recalled that Abby primarily had blood near her wound, while Libby German had blood all over her body. Page's testimony. Jason Page has been with the Indiana State Police for 24 years and has worked as a detective and member of the SWAT team. He's been a crime scene investigator for 16 years and estimated he'd been at between 1950 and 950,000 crime scenes as a CSI and many more as a detective. He arrived at the area around 1:30 p.m. on February 14th and met with other crime scene investigators. Page took several photos and walked the jury through each one shown in court. He described the area where the girls were found as ground zero, an approximately 30 to 40-foot area containing most of the physical evidence. The terrain is pretty rough and steep, he told the court. He showed the jury a map of the area and walked them through the topography. He described how investigators carefully marked the area near ground zero and the path leading to the girls' bodies. He said investigators searched the scene with metal detectors and recalled a dive team conducting another search. Page showed photos from the crime scene and described what each one showed. One photo showed what appeared to be black marks on Libby's body. Another showed an aerial view of the bodies with Deer Creek in the background. Jurors also saw photos of blood on Libby's right hand and another of her left hand. Another photo showed a close-up of Libby's face. As Giancola had suggested, Page said, the area was saturated with large amount of blood on the ground. Blood was also on nearby trees. Investigators used a chemical to check trees for additional traces. He also recalled that Abby's clothes were wet. Her clothes were damp. I just remembered the clothes seemed damp, he recalled. Notes from the media pools described Page's testimony as calm and almost mechanical as he explained what was contained within each image. Page spoke for about 90 minutes before the court took a break. He resumed his testimony around 1 p.m. During cross-examination, defense attorneys questioned Page about the unspent bullet reportedly found at the crime scene that has been linking Allen to the murders. Investigators claimed the tool mark on this cartridge, which wasn't fired but ejected, were a match for a Sig Sauer pistol owned by Allen. The defense has repeatedly attacked the science of linking tool markings from an ejected cartridge to a specific gun, and I actually agree. I think this is junk science. According to Page's testimony, the cartridge wasn't easy to find. It was located after the bodies were already moved and found with the assistance of a blue light, which revealed a sparkle. Page said the cartridge was pointed straight down and found depressed into the ground. Allen's attorneys revealed that no photographs or photo evidence reportedly exists showing the cartridge being removed from the ground at the crime scene. And honestly, there should have been. The sticks removed from atop the girls' bodies were not collected for testing. Page said when asked why, the investigator said that he has never collected DNA evidence of value from branches. Again, that was dumb, but I think that's just the inexperience of a small town. When Page was asked if a sexual assault When Page was asked if a sexual assault forensic exam, commonly called a rape kit, was performed on the girls, the investigator said he assumed a test was conducted during the autopsy but was unaware as he did not attend the autopsy. More crime scene investigators take the stand. Other state police crime scene investigators called to the stand on Monday were similarly questioned about the bloody site where the girls' bodies were found near Deer Creek. Dwayne Dantzman described how metal detectors were used at the scene and told the jury that no shoe impressions of evidentiary value were produced. When the defense team asked Dantzman why the girl's body's temperature wasn't a crime scene, the investigator advised against inserting a thermometer into the girls' bodies who may have been sexually assaulted. Some of the most pointed questions were regarding the bloody branches that were laid on top of the bodies. He testified that the investigators collectively decided to leave the branches because he had never got DNA off a surface like that. And again, I think that is ridiculously stupid because those branches were on the girl's body. All of that stuff should have been collected. That was just sloppy. When questioned by defense attorney Andrew Baldwin, Datzman said that he did not believe it was an odd crime scene, even though he said he never seen a crime scene with sticks placed on top of a body. Well, if you've never seen that, wouldn't that make that odd? Anyways, Datzman testified that 2 days after processing the scene, someone ordered the investigators to go back and collect the sticks that had been placed on the bodies. No shit, that was the right call. Datzman said that he would do things differently when questioned by. Let me say that again. Datzman said that he would do things differently when questioned by Baldwin. The last witness to take the stand on Monday was Brian. Oh, hey, I guess that's the way you say it. Again, these people and these fucking names, man, who served as a crime scene investigator with the Indiana State Police for 7 years. And Brian described the heavily wooded area where the girls were found as Riverside and prime deer country. He said investigators searched the area for trail cameras, but to his knowledge, none were found. Brian went on to give similar accounts of the bloody crime scene, describing some of the girls' inside out clothes were found in the creek and pools of blood just south of the bodies. Sticks were partially laid over the girls' bodies, including a larger branch on Libby's arm. Brian told jurors how he had another deputy lifted Libby's body off the ground to place it in a body bag, describing the leaves and dirt stuck to her back. Brian said the largest pool of blood was the area between the two best friends. Both were cool to the touch, Brian recollected. Both girls' necks were cut, and he described Libby's wounds as a result of being viciously slashed. Libby had blood on her heel, her thighs, part of her leg and neck. Photos of the girls elicit an audible gasp in the courtroom. Brian described how Abby was wearing Libby's sweatshirt and jeans, how one of Libby's shoes was found under Abby's body along with a pool of blood. Libby's phone was also found underneath Abby inside a Harry Potter themed phone case. Prosecutors appeared ready to bring out the pieces of Abby and Libby's clothing when at 5:47 p.m. Judge Gohl brought Monday's session to an end. She remarked on the jury's long day and warned the jurors that many more long days would have to be endured in the days ahead. The prosecution will continue its questioning of Brian on Tuesday morning before the defense team gets their chance to cross-examine him. All right, so we got some more people here. Let's see what we got. I can't wait until this trial is over. It's been too much stressful speculation on the media. And I don't think it's so much the media. Now, for example, like people really confuse like these op-ed talk shows like Court TV. So like when Vinny talks about something, It's entertainment. It's no different than like Sean Hannity or Bill O'Reilly back in the day. Like to me, that's not real news. But when news just talks about what is going, and even if they have an expert, of course, the expert gives their opinions or whatnot. It really comes down just provide the information. Um, but to me, I'll be more happy because the grifters won't be able to grift off this anymore. They won't be able to bank green on the red of Abby and Libby. So I'll be satisfied for that. Hey, hey, cold truth. Very man, it is so good to see you. Good to see you here. Awesome. Thank you for that. And I absolutely agree. There was no, I mean, it's on their bodies. And even if you're not collecting DNA, it's the evidence. It's evidence because those were used for specific reasons. Now, if they just said, why do you just collect any damn random branch tree that was around there? That would be stupid. But it was placed on them. So it should have been done. Yeah. And see, I can't watch them just because now I know. Like I just roll my eyes to that thing. I have enjoyed criminal profiler Pat Brown's assessment. Um, and I've watched some of the local news. I've watched them reporting, things, basically recapping the day. I found that, I find that more interesting than anything else. Um, but there's been a few YouTubers, who are just reporting it the way it is, or they do have an interesting perspective. Like for example, Pat Brown, criminal profiler, and then there's another lady, and I feel bad because her name is escaping me, but she's a defense lawyer. And so she's looking at things from that perspective. So when someone has a special skill set and they can assess things and they can explain it, based on their own profession, I do find that interesting. Doesn't mean that they may not be biased, but it is interesting versus say someone who's just a random nobody on YouTube who's just pretending to be an investigator when they haven't investigated shit in their life. Um, so anyways, we're going to go ahead and move on. So we just finished Monday, so let's get into Tuesday. Day 4 testimony. All right. So, that Monday marked the third day of testimony in the Delphi murders trial. And Judge Frangol cautioned on Saturday that Monday's testimony would be lengthy. We already went over this. She wrapped up Saturday's proceedings early as a result. Monday's session included testimony from, well, we've been through that. We know who we were talking to. Giancola, hopefully I'm saying that right, Jason Page, and this state entered more than 40 photos into evidence, and the photos included shots of the general area as well as close-ups of both Abby Williams and Libby German. The images showed Abby Williams was dressed while Libby German was not, and we've been through that too. Abby's clothes appeared to be damp. Bloodstains were visible on the girls, the ground, and nearby trees. Both girls had suffered lacerations. Did I read this already? Or it's just because of how they're recapping this? Oh no, I read this. I'm pretty sure I read this. Yeah, I already read this. See that? Man. Okay, so we're going into Wednesday. Sorry about that, guys and girls. Oh, you know what? No, what? No, there's more. I think there's more to the Tuesday thing. Oh, this thing is a pain in the ass. Trying to like navigate through this. Ah, okay. Let me look at this here. Okay. So, one of the most famous or infamous pieces of the Delphi murderers puzzle is video taken from Libby German's phone. The grainy image of Bridge Guy was taken from a video extracted from Libby's phone. During Tuesday's testimony, Brian Bunner, a digital forensic expert with Indiana State Police, retrieved data from it. Bunner said he extracted video 4 separate times before or between 2017 and 2019. In 2017, the phone was sent to the Department of Homeland Security for additional analysis. Jurors watched as 43 seconds of video in the courtroom on Tuesday, and the video captured flashes of Abby and Libby along with a man, the Bridge Guy, walking in the distance. The man's voice is heard commanding the girls, uttering the infamous line, "Guys, down the hill." Abby, wearing a red shirt, rushes phone's camera, which is pointed toward the ground and showed railroad tracks and a gravel path. One of the girls, believed to be Libby, is heard responding to the man, telling him something to the effect of, "There's no path down here. We've got to go down there," or "We got to go down here." They then descend towards the south side bank of Deer Creek. The girls' bodies would be found across the creek the very next day, some of their clothes wet. This was the first time a longer version of the cell phone video had been played in public. And now I kind of understand why they did, because if there would be a false confession, they didn't want to definitively say, where they were headed. It was always assumed, okay, down the hill, but exactly where and what was going on. I can kind of see why they didn't want to play all of it. And they only wanted to just play that person's voice, show their photo, as grainy as it was. It makes sense to me now why they'd want to withhold that, in my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong. What do you guys think? So where are we at here? So this was the first time a longer version. I already talked about that. Yeah, well, I'll continue this. This was the first time a longer version of the cell phone video had been played in public. The portion showed before court took a break didn't include down the hill audio early days of the investigation. This was a dispute in court on whether or not the video showed Bridge Guy in the background, and what exact words the girl said was also in dispute. Interesting. Now, Bunner's testimony. So, Bunner's testimony concentrated mostly on the technical aspects of extracting video from the phone. He also showed several photos from the phone, including images of the iCloud settings and Apple ID, showing it belonged to Libby. He told the court time was of the essence and he wanted to get information to detectives as quickly as he could. He extracted hundreds of pages of data. When he looked through the camera roll, he found the video. He watched it and took screenshots. Each time he extracted data from the phone, he got more information, although the additional data had minimal benefits to the investigation. He used multiple types of software to make the extractions, telling the defense during cross-examination that no one piece of software gets all the information. Defense attorneys, Jennifer, is it Auger? I think it's Auger, asked Bunner about GPS tracking. He said he didn't look at it in 2017. Auger asked Bunner if he knew every time data is extracted from a phone, some of the information is lost. It is true. We didn't know that then, Bunner answered. Auger, if I'm saying that correctly, pointed out that data can be overwritten or files can fail over time. That's data you can never get back and data the jury will never know, she said. GPS data surfaced again during the redirect from Carroll County prosecutor Nick McClellan. Bunner said GPS data extracted through a program called Cellbrite could provide a reasonable area, but couldn't pinpoint a specific location. Jurors had 8 questions after Bunner's testimony. The most they've asked once the prosecution and defense finished with a witness. Video enhanced. Jeremy Chapin, a former police, a former Indiana State Police System administrator, discussed his work on the video. Chapman told the court his job entailed taking media, which is like videos, audio, and images, and enhancing it using different filters and software tools. It could mean using certain tools to sharpen images or using others to eliminate background noise to make audio easier to hear and understand. Chapman worked on the Bridge Guy video, which was again played in court. He said he tried to find parts of the video that could be enhanced, especially frames showing Bridge Guy approaching the girls, and 3 images he enhanced were shown in court. Chapman said he pulled in the video, tweaking the brightness, resizing some things, and cropping the images. Audio from the video was played in court. When asked what he heard, Chapman said a male voice at the end of the video says, "Down the hill." The defense filed a motion in limine this week, seeking to prevent witnesses from interpreting the sounds they heard in the video. Which, okay. Defense attorney Jennifer Azure asked Chapman if he had any specialized training in this. See, man, I'm terrible with the fucking spelling today. To which Chapman responded, no. Again, asked him about the voice that was in the audio. Chapman responded again, my opinion is he says down the hill. And that does seem to be consistent with what we know. The question led to an objection from Azure. Before Chapman's testimony concluded, she had Chapman look at a couple of enhanced images. That's no longer the original image, she asked. Chapman responded, correct. She concluded, at the end of the day, they're changed. Yes, he answered. Richard Allen faces 4 counts of murder in connections with the girls' deaths. His trial is currently underway, so that's just the end of the article. So, all right, so now I believe we'll be able to go into testimony, day 5 of testimony on Wednesday, October 23rd, but I just want to make sure. Yeah. So I'm clicking on that. Let me see what we got going on. Thank you to everyone who decided to show up. I do appreciate it. Hello, Lake. Hello, Angel Bear. Hello, Gravit. Is it O'Shea? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. O'Shea. Nice. Now, was I saying O'Shea or Osier? I think I was probably saying Osier, wasn't I? Just the pronunciation just gets me. It gets me every time. All right. So let's move on. So day 5 of the Delphi murders trial included testimony from a pathologist and another witness who reported seeing Bridge Guy. Richard Allen faces 4 counts of murder. Okay, we know this. We just want to get, okay, so Wednesday marked the 5th day of testimony since the trial began on Friday. Tuesday's proceedings included an account of items found at the murder scene and testimony on the infamous Bridge Guy video. Witnesses who reported seeing a man on the Delphi trails also testified. So, latest Bridge Guy witness. During Wednesday's session, Sarah Carball testified. Sarah described herself as local as you can get and said she went to the trail that day to walk her dogs. As a teenager, she used to walk on the Monon High Bridge although she stopped when she was an adult. She testified that she saw Bridge Guy walking down Country Road 300 North by the cemetery around 4 p.m. on February 13th while he was driving by. While she was driving by, sorry. He was hunched over, plodding along with his hands in his pockets, which is funny because that seems to be what he's doing also on the bridge. So that would be consistent. So I looked at him, but he did not make eye contact with me, she told the court. Okay. According to Sarah's account, the man's clothes were bloody and muddy, while blood visible on his lower legs, feet, and ankles. The rest of him was muddy, as if he had fallen down a hill or onto Muddy Creek. I'm going to label him as Bridge Guy because that's what I know him by, she said. She added that she recognized the image later released to the public of the man sought in connection with the girl's death. She saw it on the news. Sarah waited 3 weeks to contact police. She blamed her inaction on trauma and panic, telling the court she was overthinking and having a moment, which is kind of interesting. She saw an officer taking tips at a roadblock and saw that as a sign to reveal what she had seen, and she helped police immediately identify her vehicle on cameras from the Hoosier Harvest store. She didn't ask her opinion on whether Bridge Guy was Richard Allen. Sarah's testimony appeared to be the account among those who testified about seeing Bridge Guy. Cross-examination was more and changed at times. However, Sarah became combative with the defense. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin said her 2017 statement consistently said the man was muddy and not bloody. He noted that blood didn't appear in a transcript of her interview. That led to an objection from the state. Baldwin mentioned a second follow-up interview from Sarah in which she said mud and not blood. That's interesting. Sarah responded that she did mention blood, but police didn't write it down. She also said her videotaped interview was lost due to problems with the police recording system. And now let me just stop there. One, if she actually did say blood along with muddy and the police didn't write that down, fucking sloppy. I mean, embarrassingly bad. And we don't need to go into the police's recording system, right? That's another embarrassing botch by the law enforcement. It's terrible. The state had said some early. Let's see. The state has said some early interviews associated with the case were lost due to an error. You guys made a lot of fucking errors. Baldwin gave her a transcript of an interview and asked where it said blood. I do not see it in here, but I do remember talking to the officer about it, she said. Baldwin brought up a third interview from 2019. In that one, she says Sarah used blood and not mud. I understand you're doing your job, she told Baldwin. I saw a man on the side of the road with mud and blood, and that's that. Baldwin also took issue with her description of Bridge Guy coat color, saying Sarah didn't say his coat was blue until after the infamous photo was released to the public. Baldwin said that she called it tan while she recalled it was more brown, something she explained by reminding the court that Bridge Guy was covered in mud and blood. And that's fair enough. But it's still weird. Sarah's frustration was apparent during cross-examination, becoming combative and sarcastic at times in response to the defense's questions. I'm sure the defense didn't make that easy for her. When asked why she waited 3 weeks to talk to police, she replied, "Cowardly liar here, just a chicken." Weird statement. Baldwin said Sarah told police that Bridge effeminate eyes. She didn't recall making the statement and asked if Baldwin was romanticizing her description. He wanted her to check the transcript, but she replied, "No, I'm good." She later said she recalled seeing a funky looking hat on Bridge Guy, and told the court she'd been presented with so many samples that it was like a Tinder profile of hats. Wow. During jury questioning, she said her car was less than 3 feet away from Bridge Guy. Pathologist testifies. Actually, before we get into that, I should probably kind of give my opinions with this. Yeah, Sarah's testimony, it's weird to me. If I'm on the jury, I mean, now keep in mind, I don't know what she's sounding like as she's talking, but just based on the accounts, it's weird. It's weird, and I mean, maybe if the police would have done their job, if what she said was right, and she did say bloody, and they didn't write that down, that's terrible police work. Or if she's changing her story to make it fit Bridge Guy and fit that's the guy that she saw, you know, that's it's weird. Curious to see what if anyone else thinks that weird. Does anyone think Sarah's statement is questionable? Yeah, yeah, it can. Yeah, and CJK, that's true. The thing is that the freshest memory is often the most correct. Once we start getting further away in our brains, we start filling in gaps because it's incomplete. So I hope that's not what she's doing. I hope she's not trying to fill in gaps because she knew what happened. Oh, there's a murder. So I didn't just see mud, I also saw blood, you know? Um, and whether it was a tan coat or if that was due to all the mud, I don't know. Um, I just have to call it for as I, just for how I see it. So, anyways, let's get on to the pathologist. So after Sarah testified, pathologist Roland Kaur took the stand. Don't know if I'm saying this person's name right. Kaur, I mean, I don't know. So Kaur conducted the autopsies on Abby Williams and Libby German on February 15th, 2017, one day after they were found dead. Abby's autopsy was first, he said. She was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and blue jeans. A sexual assault kit was administered. He said that there were no overt injuries indicating a sexual assault. Deputy Prosecutor James Luttrell asked him if that meant there was no sexual contact, and he answered it simply meant that there was no trauma left behind as evidence. He observed no blunt force trauma or defensive wounds. He testified that he saw a faint linear mark, a reddish mark near the bottom of her lip. He told the court that it could have been from duct tape or cloth, but added there was no glue tape residue and provided no definitive answer as to what may have caused the mark. Abby suffered a single mortal wound to the left side of her neck that hit the jugular vein. He estimated she bled out in 5 to 10 minutes and said death was not instantaneous. Oh, man. He later said that she would definitely have had the chance to react to her injuries. That had to be very tough for the family to hear. My God. While Abby suffered the single wound, Libby had at least 3 injuries to the right side of her neck. It could have been as many as 5, he said, because it appeared the knife made a second pass at some of the wounds. She was hit in the carotid arteries, which would have accelerated her death. She had no defensive wounds and no signs of sexual trauma or restraint, according to him. He noticed some very small abrasions on her chest. She suffered cerebral edema, swelling to the brain, and due to the severity of her wounds, would likely died more quickly than her friend. So, I mean, that's interesting because everyone says that, Libby got it worse, and maybe externally it looks that way, but based on what we're hearing here, it seems that Abby possibly suffered more. Wow. Man. Uh, Now he couldn't tell if the attacker was right or left-handed in either case. In his autopsy report, he wrote that some of the wounds were serrated and suggested multiple weapons may have been used. He told the defense, oh, almost lost my place here. Hold on one second. Sorry. All right. So in his autopsy, he wrote that some of the wounds were serrated and suggested multiple weapons may have been used. He told the defense during a February deposition that there may have been some class of serration in some of the wounds. He later told the court he was unsettled over the serration issue. He now believes that the wounds could have been caused by something like a box cutter. He said the minimum number of weapons needed for the murders was one. And I've seen some people question whether a box cutter could do any good, or I mean, when I say do good, I mean as far as an effective weapon. And my answer to people who question that is 9/11. Box cutters were used to cut the throats of the pilots and also, I believe, some stewardesses. So it can get the job done. It really can. And yes, there are serrated box cutters and all these other things. What I'd like to know is, I don't want to jump ahead, but Richard Allen, I believe he said that he used a box cutter and he stole it at CVS where he was employed, and then he got rid of it in the dumpster after. What I'd like to know is what kind of box cutters were actually sold at CVS at that time. I would like to know, because that would help at the very least. It could at least it could be an interesting data point to show, yes, this is at least plausible. So defense attorney Brad Rosie then asked, "You don't know how many knives were used, do you?" And he said no. Toward the end of the session, Rosie expressed frustration that Core, if I'm saying his last name right, met with the prosecution 3 times after his deposition without contacting the defense about his changing thoughts on the murder weapon. After that testimony, court broke for lunch. So let me go back. Always having to go back to the page here of the right. All right. So the next thing I believe, oh my God, it keeps moving. Wish it would stop that. All right. So I think cell phone pings and location activity is going to be the next thing. Leave. And I just have to wait for this website with a ton of ads that slows everything down. I just got to wait for that to complete so that I can click the link. This thing is slowing down. All right. And before I do that, let me see what we got going on. Yeah, it could have been likely, but we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, I heard about a disturbance in the courtroom that uh, involved, I think, Greeno, um, Sarah, and Marv. At least they were there, but I don't know how involved the others were. But something about, I don't know if it was Sarah was sitting over where the family's supposed to sit on the suspect side, and I believe it was Bob Mata who said something like, "You can't sit there." And I don't know how big of a thing it really was, but if anyone can give me more information on that, I'd like to know. Yeah, the further you go along, I mean, we just start to fill in things. So I'm wondering if that's what the witness did, is that if she was just starting to fill things in, um, and so that's what makes it kind of questionable to me personally. That's why it's like these fresh, like when these things happen the day after, that's when it's the most prudent information you can have. She was adamant that she said bloody. It would not shock me if it just didn't get written down. I mean, a lot of mishaps occurred, yes, but even if she only said muddy, it's still damning, in my opinion. Well, yeah, because you would assume that that would be the case, muddy or bloody, but still, if this is a situation that the police were just fucking lazy and didn't want to write things down, that's terrible, terrible. Well, yeah, in any business, it's not abnormal to have box cutters. With the job that I've had, or where I'm at now, I I uh, I used to work in a distribution center with this job, and of course we had box cutters because we had to cut down boxes, so that's not abnormal. But if we take what Alan said about he stole a box cutter, I think I believe whether he meant that was something that would be you know an actual something you would purchase, or if this was a work box cutter. I, I don't know. I'd like to know that as well. And I don't want to get too much into the wounds themselves, but another thing to consider is that Abby was smaller, um, so one cut in the killer's mind would suffice. I'm sorry, Libby, was a bigger girl, and I don't say that in any kind of demeaning way. Um, and so I wonder if the multiple things could have contributed with that. I don't know. I could be completely off with that, but I would assume that could be likely. Sinclair, were any of the box cutters serrated at all? And also, what year, if you don't mind us asking? Yeah, likely, but likely is not a guarantee. Likely is, hey, yeah, it's likely, but we really don't know. So, anyways, let's move on. I'm going to go ahead and move on here. So we're getting into the phone. So witness testimony continued into Wednesday afternoon as jurors in the high-profile Delphi murders trial heard from an Indiana State Police digital forensic examiner about data extracted from Libby German's cell phone. Richard Allen's face. Did I read this already? Like, let me look. Oh no, I didn't. I did not read this. Okay. See, some of the articles when you start it kind of gets a little redundant, a little confused here. So, okay, during the fifth day of witness testimony, jurors heard from one of the primary witnesses who spotted Bridge Guy on the day girls went missing. Jurors also saw photographs of the girls' autopsies and heard from the pathologist who conducted the examination. After a lunch break, ISP Sergeant Chris Cecil took the stand to speak about cell phone data extracted and linked to Libby German's cell phone. Libby's cell phone produced the infamous Down the Hill video and audio clip, which was played in its entirety for the jurors on Tuesday. During previous family testimony, it was noted Abby Williams did not own a cell phone at the time of her death. Libby's phone ended up being found underneath Abby's dead body. Cecil told jurors on Wednesday that police investigators used cell phone towers to ping Libby German's phone. The girls vanished while walking on the trails near the Monon High Bridge on February 13th, 2017. Libby's sister previously testified to dropping the girls off at the trails at around 1:40 p.m. Cecil said phone pings confirmed Libby's cell phone was in the vicinity of the bridge at 2:05 p.m. A photo posted to Snapchat at this time showed Abby walking on the bridge. 2 minutes later, it is the last time Libby's phone would be unlocked. At 2:13 p.m., Libby took the infamous bridge guy video that captures a man walking behind the girls and telling them, "Guys, down the hill." At 2:31 p.m., cell phone records note a change in longitude, altitude, and elevation. Cecil explained this meant the phone was on the move as the girls were reportedly led down a hill and possibly across Deer Creek. By 2:32 p.m., the phone was no longer moving. It never moved again, nor did it ever ping anywhere outside the trails. Deer Creek and the site where the girls' bodies would be found on February 14th. And that's why I feel that these girls being moved to a different location is a bunch of bullshit. I have not seen or heard anything that would indicate that they were moved outside of what the location of where they were at. And that was in that area, not anywhere else, not taking somewhere else, and then brought back there. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's absolutely fucking stupid and ridiculous. Anyways, Cecil told jurors that the phone gradually powered down throughout the night. Originally, Cecil noted in a report that the phone died at 10:32 p.m., but then the phone spiked at 4:34 a.m. and received 15 to 20 texts all at once, including a message sent nearly 12 hours prior at 4:06 p.m. by Libby's grandmother that said, "Call me now." It says so that one was at 4:06 p.m., but okay, but the phone spiked at 4:30 a.m. Okay, so it looks like it was just delayed. So those messages were never answered. Cecil stated that he no longer believes the phone died at 10:32 p.m. and called his previous conclusion premature. Additional information led Cecil to believe the phone stayed on until 4:34 a.m. when it received the numerous text messages. He also noted there was no indication that the phone was ever turned off after its last movement near 2:30 p.m. on February 13th. When asked about why the phone didn't have any activity between 10:32 p.m. and 4:34 a.m., Cecil said, "I do not know why." And that's an okay answer. Don't try to fill in the blanks. You don't know. It's unknowable. But also, let's not put assumptions in there either. Pardon me. So Cecil noted the phone was powered on at 3:06 p.m. on February 15th by investigators. While questions remained about the phone's period of inactivity, locator pings never placed the phone outside the Monon High Bridge area and the site near Deer Creek where the girls' bodies were on the phone and were found. This lack of movement cast doubt on the defense's team's floated theory of a possible abduction and off-site killing. And yes, I think that is not just doubtful, you can't prove that. You can't prove it. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the correct one here. The murders took place at the location of the Monon High Bridge. It did not take place anywhere else. And no, you're not going to take them back to where those girls are going to be heavily searched for. You're going to take it to another location, miles and miles away. I'll give you a great example. Amy Mahalovic, a girl who was abducted in Bay Village back in the early 90s. She was abducted at the town there. There was a strip mall. She was abducted there, and then she was taken like 40 minutes away to a different location where she was dumped off at a cornfield. Okay. That's what they're going to do. Why? Because no one's searching for Amy Mahalovic there. They're searching for her in Bay Village and the surrounding areas. So it'd be stupid to abduct someone from there and then bring them back. It makes no sense. That's conspiracy theory, mumbo jumbo movie bullshit. So, anyways, let's move on. So, while questions remained about the phone's period of inactivity, locator pings never placed the phone outside the Monon High Bridge area and the site. Did I read this already? Yeah, I already read that. Sorry, guys. So, Andrew Baldwin, one of Allen's defense attorneys, floated this theory early on in the trial. Baldwin theorized a killer could have forced the girls into a vehicle and driven them to another site to murder them before returning and dumping the bodies at the creek bend. And this was something that was also in the West Memphis 3 trial, where the defense tried to say that the murders, the kids were abducted and they were taken from the location that they were found and discovered dead, but they were taken away from there, then brought back late at night. It is so I don't know why the defense loves these theories. I don't understand it. Anyways, but the cell phone data already links the girls to the site where the bodies would be found at 2:33 p.m., a site multiple crime scene investigators noted was saturated with pools of blood. The girls were first noted as missing around 3:30 p.m. on February 13th, roughly an hour after the phone quit moving, when Libby's father came back to pick up the girls. Their bodies weren't found until shortly after noon on February 14th. Testimony moved on from Libby's phone to 23 different devices seized from Richard Allen's possession, but these devices weren't seized until November 2022, 5 years after the girls' deaths. Nothing linking Allen to Abby or Libby was found on any of these devices besides searches about the murder investigation, and that's probably something we'll talk about at the tail end of this. It was noted that Allen had a different phone in 2017. Well, no shit. However, the investigators never, it was never found. He no longer had a phone when the police. Let me read that again. He no longer had that. Okay, no longer had that phone when police came calling in 2022 after finding an old report placed Allen on the trails on February 13th, 2017, leading the police to decide to take a closer look into the man. All right. And so testimony will resume on Thursday. So we're going to move on to Thursday. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. I hate news sites and all these advertisements. It is terrible. Terrible. So I don't know. We're not going to move. Sorry, guys. I just got to make sure that it moved me all the way down. Terrible. Yeah, it like drove me down all the way to the end of the page. I don't know why. Oh, God, I hate these ads with a passion. So we're going to go into day 6 testimony, Thursday, October 24th. Let me see what we got here. Let me read some of the comments. My question is, let me keep going. I'm missing a lot of comments here. Yeah, and that's a good. I mean, that's a good explanation. And maybe she was. Maybe she was. It's just it's the prolonged part that really gets to me. Sinclair, shock. I think shock because I had someone that was asking about like how can he control two girls, and I'm like, well, he had a gun and he had a knife. He had both. And let's think about this. If you're in a bank, and there's a guy, and he's got a gun, just one guy, and all these people in the bank say don't fucking move. Guess what? Most of those people, more times than not, they don't act like heroes. They're in shock. He says, "Get down." They all get down. They're all just wanting to live. They're just hoping to get through it. Um, and also, you don't know. You don't know what to do. You're deer in headlights. You don't know how to react. You don't know whether your survival instincts are going to kick in or not. These are kids. They're scared to death. Um, and no one knows how they're going to face that adversity until they go through it. But again, these were kids. Maybe some kids would fight that off, other kids may not. That's exactly it, Cindy. Fear. I mean, fear is very powerful. Take a look at this. Big problem with the abduction and return theory is the Ron Logan affidavit written by the FBI clearly explains why all the violence happened at the scene, brought back um, alive and then unalived. Yeah. Yeah, and we're all very happy to hear about your dad, Cold. Cold truth that he's doing much better. We're very happy. Yeah, I would just think they would have been smart enough to leave that alone, but maybe they just realize that it actually hurts their case more than anything, so they just have to try to get away with it. I would have thought they would have went with a third party suspect that didn't deal with that kind of abduction, but I think what they have to try, they have to explain away some of the alibis of the other people that they want involved in this, in the Odinism thing. If you could say, well, yeah, well, there's account, Brad Holder or Elvis may not have been there during that time, but someone else was, and then there was other unaccounted times for those people in which they explain what's going on. So I think that's maybe what they're trying to do. Could be wrong, but maybe. No, it doesn't. And regardless if anyone thinks that Richard Allen is innocent or guilty, or they just can't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I I just that is there is just zero. I mean, people talk about zero evidence and they want to talk about the burden of proof. There is absolutely no evidence that they were taken somewhere else and brought back. Absolutely none. All right, so I'm caught up with the comments. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. So we're going to go into the misfiled report from 2017 that put Allen investigator sites in 2022. So as day six of testimony in the Delphi murders trials began, the state began to lay out the groundwork for its case against Richard Allen. Allen is charged with 4 counts, as we know, of murder in connection with the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge. And I'm going to try to get to the point here. So give me a moment. They're just kind of doing a recap. Okay. So misfiled report leads to scrutiny. The first witness was Kathy Shank, a retired DCS worker who volunteered to help with administrative duties like organizing files and tips into a database. She estimated she handled about 14,000 tips related to the Delphi murder case. She told the court she volunteered on the case because she wanted to help. And God bless this woman. God bless this woman. Because if it probably wasn't for her, we would probably still have there'd be no trial right now. I think we would still be in the same mess. I think. But on September 21st, 2022, she came across a file folder that was not with the others she was managing. Inside was a report with the name Richard Allen Whiteman. The report indicated that Allen was on the Monon High Bridge on the day of the murders. She immediately notified Tony Liggett, lead investigator on the case and current Carroll County Sheriff. Shank noted that the tip sheet said cleared and wasn't sure why Allen's name was entered incorrectly as Richard Allen Whiteman. The discrepancy surrounded Allen's address, which was located on Whiteman Drive. Shank determined the name on the tip was incorrect, with Richard Allen being the person's name and Whiteman referring to his home address. Shank told the court the report caught her attention because she recalled 3 girls reported seeing a man on the bridge and thought there was a possible correlation. During cross-examination from defense attorney Andrew Baldwin, Shank said that she never saw any other tips regarding Richard Allen or Richard Allen Whiteman. She simply thought the report was something to look into. This woman's more of a fucking investigator than the actual fucking Carroll County Sheriff Department, Delphi Police, or the FBI. I mean, some might scrutinize me for that, but I mean, holy shit, like, wow. So DNR officer recounts interview. The state next called Captain Dan Doolin with the Indiana Department of Natural Resources, who was tasked with helping investigators track down leads in the Delphi murder case. And I hope I'm not going to be too hard on this guy. I hope not. He met with Allen on February 18th, 2017, just a few days after the murders. He was a lieutenant at the time. Allen had contacted investigators to self-report that he had been on the Monon High Bridge on the day the girls disappeared. Doolin initially wanted to meet at Allen's house, but Allen didn't want to meet there. Is that weird? I don't know. You tell me. Doolin then suggested the police station. Again, Allen preferred a different location. Is that weird, or is that just circumstance? Allen suggested they meet in the only place that you should meet some detective, or not a detective, but someone to do an interview with in law enforcement about a murder case, and that's at Save-A-Lot. And of course, Doolin agreed. He confirmed Allen's name and noted he lived on Whiteman Drive. Allen told Doolin he was in the area of the Monon High Bridge between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. on the day the girls disappeared. Over the course of the conversation, Allen changed the timeline to 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. He told Doolin he saw 3 young girls when he was walking by. By Allen's account, he wasn't paying much attention to his surroundings as he walked and checked a stock ticker on his phone. He said he went to the Freedom Bridge and then went to the Monon High Bridge. Doolin was confident Allen had parked at the old DCS building. Doolin told the court the conversation lasted about 10 minutes. He typed up the notes on Microsoft Word. The information was then filed into the system. Doolin told the court he didn't think much of the interview until investigators contacted him in 2022 after Shank found his 2017 report. He was asked if he had spoken to Allen. He searched his computer, found a document he had typed, and turned over his files. Doolin went into the DNR files in 2022 to see if there was any additional information about Allen. He discovered that when Allen applied for a new fishing license on April 1st, 2017, he reported a new height and weight, changing his height from 5'4" to 5'6". He also listed a different weight. Now, I understand that some people would consider that suspicious, or we're also dealing with a guy who's insecure. He doesn't want to be known as short, and he doesn't want to be known as fat. So was he fudging the numbers simply for that, for a fishing license? I don't know. Or is it because he was trying to distance himself, which I'm sorry, that's just not clear to me. And of course, but Doolin, he found that uncommon. And when defense attorney Brad Rosie cross-examined Doolin, he asked if anything about Allen struck him as unusual. And Doolin answered no. Doolin testified that he gathered info from Allen's phone during their in 2017, but didn't look at the contents. While investigators said Wednesday that they collected and analyzed 23 of Allen's electronic devices, his 2017 phone was not in the possession of law enforcement and hasn't been found. 5 weeks after Shank discovered the misfiled report, Allen was arrested in connection with the murders. So I don't know what dummy misfiled this. I've heard a lot of excuses, but man, if that could have gotten to the right hand, again, maybe I'm giving law enforcement too much fucking credit. If they even would have, a light bulb would have went off in their head to begin with. But I would just think, okay, the bridge guy photo just came out. This guy comes forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe he does describe that he's generally wearing the same clothes as bridge guy. He's talking about how he's at the bridge or at the trail and the bridge around the same time that all this shit was taking place. And that didn't seem weird to him. Again, fresh in his mind. None of that seemed a little fucking odd to him. He didn't think to maybe go ahead and direct that straight to the sheriff or whoever. Really? Again, maybe I'm Monday morning quarterbacking the shit out of this. Maybe. But man, this could have possibly, because imagine if that really got on law enforcement's radar then. And then they could have went to his house. They could have checked his car. They could have checked a lot of other things that possibly could have had DNA or other types of forensics that would have been valuable. I don't know, but maybe I'm overthinking it. So Mullen returns to stand. Once Dolan finished his testimony, Steve Mullen took the stand. Mullen is the former police chief who went to become an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. He testified on Saturday about the early days of the case. Mullen said he received paperwork about Richard Allen on September 21st, 2022. That would have been the same day Shank flagged the report. Tony Liggett contacted him, Mullen recalled. Mullen spoke with Doolin about the 2017 report and discovered no one had followed up on Allen. He had did some additional research and found Allen had two vehicles registered to him, a 2006 Ford 500 and a 2016 Ford Focus. Liggett went to CVS and took a photo of Allen's Ford Focus. Mullen went to retrieve video from the Hoosier Harvest store to see if Allen drove by there. He told the court he saw a vehicle entering the around 1:27 p.m. He couldn't see the license plate or the driver in the video. Mullen, however, said that the car looked like Allen's and the rims were similar. Allen had said to Dolan he arrived at the CPS building around 1:30 p.m. So at least that part seems to check out. That's interesting indirect evidence. On October 13th, 2022, Mullen and Liggett went to Allen's home. They informed him he was under no obligation to go with them, but he agreed to an interview and left with them for the police station. Mullen advised him of his rights. When asked about February 13th, 2017, the day the girls disappeared, Allen said he'd gone to his mother's that morning and said he was off from work that day. He returned home, got a jacket, and went to the trail. He recounted passing three girls and said he was looking at a stock ticker on his phone. He recalled arriving at noon and leaving at 1:30 p.m. and said he walked on the Monon High Bridge to look at the fish. Now, everyone makes a big deal about the fish, whether he could see the fish or not. Who gives a flying fuck? You could see the fish. Even if he didn't see the fish, he was on the fucking platform. Who cares? So he sees fish. Stock ticker is a different question. But the fish, this is a non-fucking issue to me. You could see fish in the fucking Monon High Bridge. Or the Monon High Bridge. I mean, he's been there several times. This is a non-fucking issue to me. But some people have made it an issue. It's weird. Like they go, oh, let's film and let's see. Or he couldn't see it at that time or whatever. It's like, it doesn't matter. Anyways, he believed he'd driven his 2016 vehicle and estimated he was on the trails for about an hour. In the 2017 DNR report, Allen said he was in the area from 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. He recalled wearing a black or blue Carhartt jacket and blue jeans. So maybe he only mentioned that in 2022 and not in 2017 in that DNR report. Oh no, actually says it is. He recalled. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I've been doing this for a while. I mean, as in live streaming. So he recalled wearing a black or blue Carhartt jacket or blue jeans. Okay. That's interesting data points. That's something that you make a note of. He initially agreed to let investigators look through the phone and provided him with the passcode before changing his mind. At one point, he became agitated and walked out of the room, according to Mullen. When the interview resumed, Mullen showed him the bridge guy picture. Allen said if the photo was from one of the Delphi victims' phones, there was no way it could have been him. He then terminated the interview, Mullen said. The court took a break from Mullen, was cross-examined by the defense team. Andrew Baldwin's cross-examination of Mullen included several exchanges about the route Allen took to and from the trails. Baldwin accused Mullen of lying to the jury about the route so that it would better fit the state's case. A jury question asked Mullen if he had an interview in which Allen said he didn't remember which way he took. Yes, he did say that, Mullen answered. Okay. I think the important data point on that is this. All right. So what in Carroll County, what was there, like 8 of these Ford Focuses, same color, same year? So I would just say out of those, ask those people whether or not they drove fucking past the area that day. You can narrow that down if what they're seeing is on camera. You would think. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's more complicated than that. I don't know. Or at least the people who own those at the time, eventually they sell their car, trade it in, whatever the case may be. But I would think you would be able to speak to those people and ask, hey, do you remember driving in that area at that time? So Sheriff Liggett takes the stand. So Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett took the stand shortly after 2 p.m. Liggett said he was a detective for the Sheriff's Department when the girls went missing in 2017. He served as a law enforcement officer for 23 years. Liggett said Kathy Shank brought him the lead sheet, which made the police immediately want to speak with Allen. When asked why the tip stuck out, Liggett said, I wasn't aware that anyone had seen the 3 girls. When asked why it was important to speak to Allen, Liggett said, we believed it was Bridge Guy. That's interesting. So like at that point, their sights are on him. During Liggett's testimony, the jury viewed an enhanced version of the Bridge Guy video from Libby German's phone. He told the court he'd viewed the video hundreds of times. He also gave his interpretation of audio from the video. Is he right here? Abby asks. Don't leave me up here. This is the path, Libby says. That'd be a gun. There's no path here. A male voice then says, guys. One of the girls replies, hi. And the man says, down the hill. Liggett talked about speaking with Allen in October 2022 and of Allen changing his timeline to say he was on the trails from noon to 1:30 p.m. Liggett also stated that Allen was wishy-washy about where he parked. Now, okay, there's 2 ways to look at this. It was a long time ago, and we already talked about memory and how memory, we try to fill in the blanks and all that stuff. What's in an initial report earlier, which the fact that Richard Allen gave a report days after the murders, that's going to most likely be the correct one. Now, there's another part of that, and that is when it's a day of such significance in which in this small town of Delphi, 2 girls are murdered, and it blows up in the media. And you were there. You were in that area when this happened. You're going to remember details. And I'll give you an example. We all remember 9/11. 9/11 was pretty significant. I remember even what I did the night of before 9/11. I remember I was working at a movie rental store, got out after 10. I went to Denny's, got a cheddar bacon burger, brought that home, ate that, and then I read 2 books. I read, chapters of 2 books, The Vampire Lestat and, of all things, American Psycho. So I read those, and I could tell you, I was drinking Mountain Dew Code Red like they were going out of style. Couldn't tell you how many I drank, but I drank probably enough, and I probably went, yeah, at that point I went to bed. I know it was before 3 a.m. So it was anywhere between 2, but definitely not after 3. Um, so I remember that. The next day, I wake up, it's past 10 a.m. I know my routine. This is the day, or these were during the days when I had to suffer with my computer through a 56K modem. So what I would do, I would wake up, I would go ahead and turn on my AOL, the internet, because it would take a while for that to start up. Go to the bathroom, get myself a cup of coffee, come back, see what's going on the web. And when I sat down at my desk, I see the news article headlines of America under attack. And that was something. And I went into the living room, turned on the TV. Just about every channel and cable was airing this, which was unprecedented. I've never witnessed anything like that before. My sister calls me. She's crying. She's talking about how there's jets up in the sky. All these stories. There was a rumor about a bomb at the airport. Well, my dad worked near the airport at a dealership, so I called him to let him know, hey, just so you know, man, like all this crazy stuff is going on. Be careful. I remember also I was supposed to have plans with someone that night, and I canceled them because I just was not feeling like being sociable, because this was a very weird time. This was all fresh, what was going on. You didn't know what to expect. You didn't know what was going on. We didn't know who was doing this. Later we clearly found out who it was. But that's my point with Allen, is that at that point you're going to know where you were at as these things were going on. You're not going to, and at this point, what it looks like is that he's distancing himself. Oh yeah, I was there about 12:30, and then I left at 1:30 p.m. Right before all this shit happened. That does look weird. So, anyways, sorry for the tangent. Let me move on. When Liggett was asked about the search of Allen's home, he described finding a Sig Sauer 40 caliber pistol in a nightstand. This is the pistol that investigators claim ejected the unspent cartridge that was found next to the girls' bodies. The defense team has argued against the tool marking science that investigators say links the gun to the unspent round, and I do agree with the defense on that. I think it's junk science. I would be, especially what we already know and what we've heard, I would be surprised if the jury took that as credible. But I'm not the jury. I'm not on the jury. So, and I also wasn't there in court to see all of the boring technical details that go with it. And please forgive me because the screen now has froze. Okay. Also found during the search of Allen's home was a blue Carhartt jacket. Now, see, this part right here, this doesn't impress me, and here's why. He probably replaced it. If he is the murderer, assuming he's the murderer, I would think that would be very difficult to clean blood off your jacket. And also, you would have to explain to your wife or your daughter, hey, where'd all that blood come from? Because you're not going to be able just to wash that in the washer. Because those jackets, you can actually wash those in the washer. You have to hide that. And then also, if you're wearing that on a regular basis, you would think your family member is going to say, why aren't you wearing your jacket? Because we see him in a lot of photos wearing a blue jacket, be it Carhartt or an off brand. But anyways, when defense attorney Brad Rosie cross-examined Liggett, he pointed out how Liggett was running for sheriff in October 2022 when Allen was arrested. Rosie asked if Liggett ever thought about how an arrest would benefit his run for sheriff. It was never about me, Liggett responded. It was about the murders of 2 girls. When Liggett was asked why a note marked the original Richard Allen lead sheet as cleared, Liggett stated that someone cleared it and it shouldn't have been. And that's part of the sloppy police work that they did. Who did it? Seriously, we don't know who did it. We don't know who marked it as cleared. There's no paperwork. I'm sorry, if you're going to clear someone, we should have clear information of who cleared him. Anyways, Liggett relented to the early parts of the investigation being somewhat disorganized. Yeah, I would say somewhat is I would say that's an understatement. During cross-examination, Allen's attorneys asked Liggett point blank if any items sent to the lab, such as the blue Carhartt jacket taken from Allen's home, were found to have DNA evidence linking Allen to this crime scene. Liggett said no. And again, I would be hard pressed if he's covered in blood and mud, that jacket's not going to be stained. I don't, man, come on. Also, the vehicle too. Like, how does the vehicle not have any blood or DNA? I'm sorry, you can clean that shit pretty good. Something's going to be left behind. Anyways, um, the defense team also asked if any digital data connected Allen to the crime scene, and Liggett again said no. During testimony on Thursday, it was also revealed that some of the girl's clothing was missing from the crime scene, a sock and a pair of underwear. That clothing still is missing to this day. And this part is conjecture. It's just my opinion on this. You have killers, be them serial killers or someone, if they do this even once and they take a trophy, if you will, they're not always found. A great example is the Golden State Killer. He would take trophies, he would take some things that were like expensive and things he could probably pawn off or sell. But then there were other things that were like personal mementos that would only mean something to the person that he would um, rape and terrorize and later kill. Because first he would just rape and then later he did more killing. That was never found. So it's always possible. Again, if we're under the assumption that Allen is the guy who did this, probably could have had something. He could have, after a while, said, "I'm getting rid of this. I don't, in case this is, they ever searched my house or my property. I don't want to be, I don't want to have this shit on me." So he could have discarded it, got rid of it. Could have kept it in his work locker for a while. We don't know. Again, it's conjecture. So, anyways, state troopers take the stand. So, State Trooper Dave Vito and ISP Lieutenant Jerry Holman were the last to take the stand on Thursday. Both gave further testimony about the search of Allen's home. Allen reportedly owned lots of knives. Okay. According to Vito, along with box cutters, more than 10 phones were seized from Allen's home. But again, police noted that the phone Allen possessed in February 17 was not found. Vito also mentioned the 40 caliber round being found in a keepsake box in Allen's home. He also told jurors how a metal detector was used to search Allen's yard. Holman recounted telling Allen about how he shouldn't worry about any damages done to his home during the search because Allen could fill out a form and have it repaired. Holman claims Allen responded by saying, "Why bother? It's all over." Holman claimed Allen repeated this line, then later asked if he wanted to be taken to see his wife. It should be noted that Richard Allen was already told prior to the search of his home that he was a suspect in the girl's murders. Defense attorneys finished the day by pushing back against Holman's story by stating there was no recordings of Allen telling the state trooper, "Why bother? It's all over," and the jury only had to take the state trooper's word for it being said. And that day, court ended for the day at 5 p.m. And that's another thing too. The defense is right. Maybe what Holman said was true. It could be. What he said could have been true. The context also could have been out if Richard Allen thinks that they're trying to railroad and be like, "Why even bother? You guys are trying to fuck me over. It's over." That could be it. Or it could be, as Holman would suspect, that, "Fuck, you guys got me." And maybe Allen thinks, "Oh my God, did I leave something behind? Or are they going to find something?" He might be paranoid to say, "Hey, maybe there's something I overlooked and they're going to find it and I'm screwed." There's that too. Again, I don't know, which means that the jury is going to think about that and go, "I don't know. We don't know what he really means by that. Now, it could be an interesting data point later, but as you see it now, it seems questionable. We're going to move on to the next one here in a moment. Just got to let this slow ass Fox 59 take its course. So, yeah, day 7 testimony is going to be the next thing we're going to look at. And that's actually going to be with the tool mark, the tool mark identification of the unspent bullet. But before I go on to that, why don't I go ahead and see if I can catch up here with the there's a lot of comments, which is good. Bear with me. Don't mean there to be any silence. With this one, if the defense uses the abduction and return nonsense, I see why appeals are frequently based upon inadequate counsel. I don't think he can get it on that one because he wanted his lawyers back. He knew what they were going to do. That would be nonsensical if somehow Allen were to, want an appeal based on inadequate counsel. It's like, no, you wanted those guys. But I don't know. Clown world. You never know. Wow, Cindy, point on. To blame everyone who was not there, but not the person that was, is insane to me. Yeah. Well said. Why not Bigfoot? Yeah, it was mentioned, pictures of Bigfoot. Yeah, I just wouldn't acknowledge him. Gonna be him going. I can go now, but since he's there, I know he'll start a ruckus, and that's not okay. Not fair to the families. I'm considering hiring a line sitter. So, yeah, just do your best to ignore him. Don't let him fucking hit you with the charm and try to be manipulative. Well, that doesn't seem to help because he seems to start shit in the courtroom anyways. He was trying it with Bob Mata, calling him a liar and all this other stuff. And even though Doolin's meeting with RA got misplaced, why was he not shouting to law enforcement? He met with a man who was there that day. I'll never understand it either, Lake. Especially at the time. I mean, the exact times. Like, you would think he would try to bring that. I mean, you know what? As far as we know, he did, and it was law enforcement that misfiled that. I don't know. I don't know. If he was checking stock information, obviously he had cell service. Do they triangulate the cell phones used in that area between 1 and 5 p.m.? that will place RA near the crime scene. Yeah, there's that. Or, it's also possible he didn't take his cell phone with him, and he was just making that information up. But it's inconclusive. I don't know. But it's possible. He could be thinking I know he's not a real tech savvy guy, but it's like, I might as well leave my phone at home. But who knows? I think we will all end up with a complicated mess of weak evidence pointing to guilt and equally compelling weak evidence pointing to not guilty. Then the Making a Murderer crew will make a series, especially if he's found guilty. Yes. Yes. I'm curious if we'll have a hung jury, if we'll have a mistrial, if there will be kind of like a split, or even if there's just one person in the jury that's one way or the other saying, "Oh, I don't know if he's guilty," or "Oh, he's not guilty." Like either way, the flip side, I'm curious. Yeah, Lake, they would have had so much more information. Like they could have either really found the killer, and that could have been Rick Allen, or they could have eliminated some things, and they didn't do it. I mean, there's nothing we could do about it now, but his phone data from that time being absent when he clearly saves phones. Did they subpoena the provider he had? Doesn't seem like it. Wish they had. Again, yeah, either sloppy police work or there's some roadblocks there. I don't know. That's a fair point, but we also have to simplify it. He says he gets there at 1:30, and then on security camera, there's a vehicle matching his description at 1:27. We can try to say, well, again, we have to look at beyond reasonable doubt. Are we really going to doubt? Go, it was just your average Ford Focus or whatever that was just driving by. Couldn't have been his. I mean, I guess with the Heather Elvis case, if the missing disappearance case with that, I guess technically it wouldn't be strong evidence because Heather Elvis, the people she was having issues with, especially the wife of the one guy she was having an affair with, on camera it was a black truck. I think it was a Chevy, but there are so many black Chevys that you couldn't really say definitively if that would be theirs. Even though I think it would be inferred that it had to be based on a lot of the evidence, but what I think is good evidence is necessarily not good in the eyes of the law. So I don't know. I think law enforcement believed that they had the right guy, and if they arrested him, the evidence would happen. But it didn't. Uh, so some evidence was worked over and tweaked a bit. They honestly want justice for Abby and Libby. I mean, it depends who you ask. There might be some people that believe that that's exactly what they want, and then you just have some people that say they're just trying to secure a conviction during a sheriff election year. And that's a fair point. I hate to say it, but it is. Um, if anything, and I don't want to jump ahead, but honestly, the strongest evidence that they have now is Richard Allen's confessions. And before he was arrested, they didn't have that. And based on what they got now, or what they had to arrest him with the probable cause, I thought they were just putting out the bare bones minimum just to get the arrest and the search warrant, the arrest, all that stuff. I thought that's what they were doing. Um, and I thought, oh, a lot more is going to come out in the trial. And then you realize that no, no, there's not. Um, Richard Allen is the gift that keeps on giving to law enforcement and the state because it's really him who fucks up. He's the best witness saying, I was there at the time. I'm wearing a black or blue Carhartt with jeans, and I'm there at the time, and I'm driving this Ford Focus, and I'm there, and all those things, you have evidence of. That's the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to Richard Allen and the confessions. But if they didn't have that confessions, what they had to arrest him with, I can't see how you could secure a conviction. Do any of you agree or disagree? Do you think maybe if even if they didn't have the confessions that they could secure a successful conviction? Because I don't. I really don't. Yeah, Ron Logan was the third man that they thought was the killer. Third time lucky after Ron and a Klein, but they have the right guy now. Yeah, and I think it wasn't it more the FBI that thought it was Ron Logan? Like, I mean, maybe Carroll County Sheriff's Department did, and maybe I don't know. Like, I thought that was more the FBI was pressing that, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Watching the ballistic expert on the live stream Hidden True Crime joined did help feel a tad bit more confident in that. I'll go find the channel. September 11th was a world event that changed the course of American history. Do you think the crime rises to that level? I think in any issue of what goes on, it depends. For example, if it had, let's say, someone that you love died, that's not a national event now, is it? But that's a personal event to you. So if you're in a small town and something happens in your small town and it magnifies that town, it may not magnify the national level event, but in that town it does. So maybe outside of Delphi, you would be absolutely right. But this is a personal event to me. That issue would have been just as that issue would have been just as relevant if, God forbid, if it was someone I loved who died the day after. I think those memories would be more invoking, more strong. So that's my opinion on that. Absolutely to the family, yes, and likely many people in town. But I'm not sure a guy who was just taking a walk that it would make a huge imprint. It was enough for him to actually go to the law enforcement and say exactly what was going on at that time. So I actually think it does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have went to law enforcement. Only thing we know with this is the fact that there was no blood um, on that jacket. I would I would think that if blood's really when it comes to clothing, that's really hard to get rid of. Especially, I mean, how are you going to? I would like to know how, especially if his wife or daughter saw that, how he explained that away, assuming he's the killer, mind you, assuming that's the case, assuming that he would keep it and would still wear it. I don't know. So I would assume that if he is the killer and he had a jacket like that, he would dispose of it. But also, maybe he had multiple blue Carhartt jackets. Some of these people, they like to collect, man. I used to work at a retailer called Working Gear, and we sold Carhartt jackets. And some of these guys, man, they wouldn't just buy one Carhartt jacket, they'd buy several. Even though it's like really workers' clothes, man, it's a style. Yeah, and I believe even Allen said it was an off brand Carhartt. But that doesn't mean that he didn't own Carhartt stuff. So maybe the brand that he was wearing that day was an off-brand Carhartt, in which he would be more than willing to dispose of. Uh, where Carhartt's a brand, people want to keep it. FC's Muddy Bloody Guy equals RA as the offender. Hard to think how no blood or DNA was found in his vehicle. That's a great point. SC later said this guy looked like he had slaughtered a hog, really. And I mean, again, this is conjecture. Is it possible Alan prepped for this? Um, that he put stuff in his car. Like I don't know, to like basically so it wouldn't get on things. Probably not. Probably not, but it makes me wonder. Um, and I would think that if he detailed his car to try to clean that thing as precise as possible, and say if he went down a street and he did that, there's like these, I know there's like these places you can go outside and do it. It'd be kind of weird if people are thinking like, what happened? What happened to you, man? Uh, skinning a buck and it got ugly, or a pig or a hog. Um, so I don't know, and I think even if you were to detail your vehicle like that, I still think that you really wouldn't be able to get it all. There'd be something, even if it's minuscule. But I could be wrong. I could be. I'm a layman. I'm no expert. Ballistics expert was on duty Ron 4 days ago. Worth a watch. Yeah, anyone paying attention, check it out. So I'm gonna fast track this here. Cold truth, you've done a lot of good in real life. My real life. I learned from you and didn't do something I thought of doing. Can't say more. Just take my word for it. Cold truth does a lot of good. Okay. So I'm gonna get back to it here. All right. So Delphi murders, forensics, firearms examiner discusses tool marks methodology on spent bullet evidence. And let me go ahead so we get to okay. So on day 7 of testimony, Melissa Oberg, am I saying that right? Alberg, a former Indiana State Police forensic took the stand, and she talked extensively about her credentials and experience in the field. This is the 112th time she has tested as a toolmark examiner and said her testimony has come in both federal and state jurisdictions. She most recently testified in a Marion County case in August. And what I'd like to know is when she does testify, how often does the jury find her credible for a conviction? As far she said, ISP does proficiency tests from outside vendors to make sure someone is still qualified to work in the field. She passed what she called black box studies, challenging tests meant to check and analysis work. She walked the court through the basics of her field and noted that materials and cartridges are softer than the tooling in guns. As a result, when a bullet is ejected from a firearm, the tooling inside the gun leaves behind certain markings. The unspent bullet at the center of the case is technically a cartridge with multiple parts. The bullet, the projectile that comes with fired, the casing, which is ejected and left after the gun is fired, and the primer, usually made of nickel or brass, and the powder. The gun's ejector pushes the cartridge out of the magazine. The extractor pulls the cartridge out. Oberg explained that the two mechanisms work in tandem. He said there were multiple ways an unfired cartridge would be ejected from a firearm. If a cartridge is already in the chamber, someone could cycle the slide and eject it. The unspent, unfired cartridge would then be ejected from the gun. She demonstrated the method in court and showed two other ways a cartridge could be cycled through a gun without being fired. Oberg walked the jury through the different characteristics of cartridges, and some differ from others. Different manufacturers have different characteristics, she said. Imperfections in the manufacturing process or use over time can give firearms distinct characteristics. After laying the groundwork for her field and expertise for about an hour, Oberg turned to the cartridge found at the Delphi murder scene. She first analyzed the round on February 17th, 2017, 3 days after the girls were found dead. Her toolmark analysis came after DNA and fingerprint analysis on the cartridge. She called herself a DNA and fingerprint destroyer. She called herself a DNA and fingerprint destroyer, saying a DNA and fingerprint analysis must come first because of the process. Oberg testified that she saw no corrosive evidence to indicate the unspent round had been out in the weather for a long period of time. She said it was in good condition and non remarkable. It was much like the thousands of rounds she has seen in various conditions throughout her career. She saw 3 possible ejector marks and 3 possible extractor marks on the cartridge and showed jurors photographs of the marks. With that's harder for someone like you or myself to know because, assuming you didn't go to the trial and in the courtroom, we don't see these photos. We don't see what's going on. Thank you, Judge Gall. Anyways, before Oberg progressed for much further in her testimony, the defense asked for a break in the proceedings, which Judge Fran Gall granted. When court resumed after the 15-minute break, Oberg testified that the cartridge found at the murder scene was cycled through a gun owned by Richard Allen. On October 14th, 2022, she received the Sig Sauer P226 found in Allen's home on Whiteman Drive after police executed their search warrant. I was able to identify Allen's gun as having cycled the crime scene cartridge, she told the court. Oberg displayed images showing areas of agreement and marks. Her testimony included various photos of Allen's gun, the marks in question, and the gun's ejector and extractor. Oberg told the court she cycled and fired rounds from Allen's gun so that she could compare the marks to the cartridge found at the murder scene. 10 tests were done with Allen's gun. 6 rounds. Oberg said it wasn't just her findings either that linked Allen's gun to the round found at the crime scene. Oberg, her work was reviewed by a second examiner who was not told that her conclusion, but verified her results. Defense attorney Bradley Rosie objected a number of times during Oberg's testimony. Gall overruled them. During Oberg's testimony, it was also revealed that Allen's Sig Sauer hadn't been the only gun tested as a possible match for the crime scene bullet. 8 total guns have been tested in the case, including 3 guns in 2017 and 4 sent to a lab in August 2022. Around the same time, police were searching the Wabash River. Allen's gun was the only one to come back as a match to the unspent round found between Abby and Libby. After the state finished its questioning of Oberg, the defense cross-examined her and attempted to hammer in on the possibility of inconclusiveness in her results or errors in the testing, citing how her findings only needed to reach sufficient agreement. Oberg stood by her findings and stated her field only has an error rate of 2 to 2.5%, which those are actually really good odds when you look at it that way. And when we hear the term sufficient, my understanding is that that statement isn't as we normally would know as sufficient. All right. So she said that over her 17-year career and 100 plus criminal trials, her findings have been found. She said that over her 17-year career and 100 plus criminal trials, her findings have been found in error or reversed. Rosie pushed on the fact that Oberg's conclusions was based on a test fired round, not a test ejected round like the one found at the crime scene. Oberg tied the crime scene cartridge to Allen's gun, specifically through the 3 ejected marks. Oberg stated an ejector mark is an ejector mark, whether it's fired or cycled. So that's interesting. That part is interesting. And if you think about it, you start to think, what difference does it make as long as it makes? I'd like to see again is more testing of other vehicle or other guns and other bullets of the same thing to see if the same thing will happen. And if those are the same markings, well, then basically all we could say is that someone with that same kind of gun, with that same kind of bullet was found at the crime scene, but you can't necessarily say exclusively it's to one person. But you can also infer to say this is the same person who was at the trails, dressed the same, yada, 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 but also had that kind of gun, also had the same vehicle that was driving that was caught on camera at 127. So there are those things. If I'm making any sense. Maybe I'm not. So jurors asked Oberg several questions, including if disassembling a gun could change the tool marks. Oberg said that this would not change the markings. Earlier this week, Gall prohibited the defense from calling a metallurgist to challenge the tool mark identification process. And see, I disagree with that. The defense has every right to try to challenge that and let the jury decide. I don't understand that. But after reading that, um, I have a little bit of a difference of opinion. I still don't know if these tool marks, if you can really say definitively. But again, I wasn't there to watch. I didn't see the pictures. I didn't see all of the. And I'm sure it was just illuminating to the jury to get a lot of the technical details of that. I'm sure that was very riveting. And that sometimes is the problem with a layman jury is that they got to see a lot of technical stuff, and some of the shit's boring. Not that the trial's boring or why you're there. That's not what I'm saying. But sometimes when you get into some very meticulous stuff, you're just like, okay. None of this is like Greek to me. I don't get it. So, right here. And I love how when I go back to the page, it goes back to a different day, and there's not a consistency. I hate newspapers. I do. Where are we at here? Okay, so the next thing we're going to be going is with day 8, Saturday, October 26th. ACP investigator, oh, come on, here we go. Whose interview with Allen ended with his arrest, took the stand. So we'll go with that, but let me check the comments and see what we got going on here. I will say this and clear, they are engaged, like they are asking. I mean, they're really trying to understand, so that's interesting. I concur. I do think the state will get some point positives by the defense, presenting others who confessed to these murders by the defense. See, I think the prosecution will get some points positive by the defense. Okay. And that's true. Um, we can assume things all day long, but that part hasn't been proven. Um, my opinion, and my opinion can be very wrong, was that I think this is a spot, and there's probably different spots where Richard Allen would canvass and see and would see if he would have an opportunity to do what he wanted to do. So I think it's something that was probably on his mind for a long time. And he didn't know when and how it would happen, but when the opportunity would present itself, he was going to be ready. I could be completely wrong about that. There's nothing to prove my point on it. I'm but clearly if it is Richard Allen, you know, he did it for a reason. And if we believe his confessions, which again I don't want to jump ahead on, we know what his motivations were. It seems like that went away, and or he could have been lying in his confession. I don't know. I don't know. Well, the honorable Judge Gold, she really has shown her some of her bitchy side while in trial, especially I guess people who are falling asleep. Which man, that's not fair. Everyone's trying to get a seat because of the restrictions she's put on it. You got these people camping out who don't have an opportunity to have someone to sit in their place. And 'cause it's fucking cold out there, and it's just who wants to do that? Unless you're getting paid rather well. Um, and so you're in there, and it's important for you to be in there, and you're fighting sleep. And I don't know who fell asleep, um, but it's like Really, Goal? You didn't see this coming? This whole idea that she doesn't perform court duties in the bedroom, so she doesn't expect them to sleep in hers. Well, it's like, okay, well then have more reasonable accommodations. All right. So we're gonna move on. All right. So we have here ISP Lieutenant recounts Richard Allen's arrest interviews. So on day 8 of the Delphi murders trial, exactly 2 years after Richard Allen was arrested, Indiana State Police Lieutenant Jerry Holman was called to the witness stand to recount both the arrest of Richard Allen and interviews he gave in 2022 regarding the 2017 murders of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. This follows day 7 of the trial, in which Melissa Oberg, a former Indiana State Police forensic firearms examiner, testified about the cartridge found at the murder scene and described her work to match the bullet to a Sig Sauer P226 found during a search of Allen's home. So we already know about that, and we know that Bradley Rosie challenged the conclusiveness on that. So on October 26, Richard Allen was arrested in relation to the murders. By that time, he had Oberg's findings that the investigators believed linked Allen's gun to the unspent bullet found at the crime scene. On this date, Lieutenant Holman interviewed Allen at the ISP post in Lafayette. While there, Holman reminded Allen he still had his Miranda rights to remain silent. Per Holman, this interview was not recorded on tape due to technical difficulties. Fuck my life. Does nothing fucking work in Indiana? My God. Amid the interview, Holman asked Allen to explain why a bullet from his gun was left at the murder scene. The round from the murder scene matched the gun found at Mr. Allen's house, Holman said. Allen told Holman no one had ever borrowed his Sig Sauer, his or his car, which would be weird if somebody, hey man, can I borrow your jeans, your jacket, car, and your gun? Like, no. So clearly. So he he never carried his gun unless he went fishing or mushroom hunting, he told the investigator. Okay. He said he didn't have the gun with him on February 13th, 2017, and couldn't explain why a round linked to the firearm was found near the bodies of Abby and Libby. While Allen was asked how he typically carried a gun and confirmed he would normally carry in a side holster, he denied giving further answers. Um, this led Holman to try a different tactic. I have been trained in many techniques to conduct interviews, said Holman. In this case, the technique he had to implement was to lie to obtain information. In other words, the Reed technique. Um, thus, Holman told Allen he had pictures and audio of him on the Monon High Bridge proving Allen was the bridge guy, captured on Libby's cell phone, who commanded the girls to go down the bridge. Holman also stated witnesses and experts confirmed this information. At the trial, Holman had to admit to the jury that that this was to lie to get more info out of Allen. And this is not irregular. Cops will lie, and they can lie, and they're allowed to lie to see if that can invoke a response of a suspect to giving out genuine confessions. So if they lie, but that invokes a truth out of the suspect, then it's considered okay. And I'm kind of I'm kind of mixed on that. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's been going on for a long time. Not everyone that uses the Reed technique is bad or wrong or gets the wrong guy or girl or people, but it doesn't always work. Anyways, um, at the trial, Holman had to admit to the jury that this was a lie to get more information out of Allen. I already read that. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked Holman if he'd leverage Allen's wife and daughter. Holman said that wasn't his intention. Holman also said on trial that he did not know who the witnesses were who did see Richard Allen's car on the trail. I told two lies that day, said Holman. Baldwin pressed Holman here, questioning his role as the lead investigator. At this time, it remains unclear if the second lie refers to Holman saying witnesses saw Bridge Guy or whether witnesses specifically saw Richard Allen. Holman also told Allen, I'm not lying to you. It's not ethical. With the death penalty on the line, Allen then said, I don't care. Kill me. I want to die anyway. It's weird. The investigator insisted that the cartridge found at the scene had been cycled through Allen's gun. Allen again told him it wasn't possible. So there's no way that the round cycled through. There's no way that round cycled through my gun, Allen said. I don't know how it got there. Holman testified that they never took the results of the bullet markings anywhere else but the ISP lab. Later in the interview, Richard Allen denied killing the girls 25 times, according to Holman. He reportedly told the lieutenant, I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. However, despite denying the bullet left at the murder scene was from his gun, Holman said Allen did admit to being on the trail that day, near where Abby and Libby were killed. Would have been real fucking good if that was fucking on audio tape, dipshit. Anyways, Holman stated that while troopers were searching his house, Richard Allen said, I don't care, it's over. Holman initially did not know what this meant, so Allen reportedly said the interview explained it. Holman then added that a trooper told Allen he's a bad person. Allen responded to this, asking what kind of good person would kill two girls. That's a fair question. The trooper advised Allen he was free to leave. Allen said he was done, but continued to talk. Holman said, according to him, Allen then stated, you have all the evidence, just arrest me. At the trial, Baldwin asked Holman if he found the various Bridge Guy witnesses credible. Holman replied that he did. Holman was asked if Allen parked at the old CPS building and if it was the working theory that Allen never took Libby German's phone or moved it. Holman answered in the affirmative. The defense attorney noted that Allen never threw away his clothes or gun. He didn't sell his car. He asked Holman if he thought one person committed the crime, to which he responded, I believe that now. When pressed, Holman compared the case to a drug deal in which multiple people talk and provide further insight on crimes. Holman said he believes Libby German was killed at a tree where blood was found, away from B. Williams. Investigators believe German may have been dragged 20 feet during the encounter with Allen. At the autopsy, Libby German was reported to be 5'4" and 200 pounds. For reference, Richard Allen is 5'4" and 145 pounds. So Allen is a small dude. Allen's attorney said his weight dipped below 140 during the stretch of time in spring of 2023. At that time, Allen was refusing to eat. Well, he was refusing to eat 3 out of 4 times. So if he was in prison, he would deny his meals 3 times. The 4th time, he wouldn't do that. That's a different story for a different time. So Holman was then questioned if he and ISP had video of Bridge Guy in order to see how tall he appeared on the video. And he responded by saying that they did, but never tested it due to his height potentially being outside of our accuracy range by about 2 inches. Later, Lieutenant Holman noted that a strand of hair found in Abby's hand did connect to a member of Libby German's family, but it was not tested until this past week, according to Holman. That is because no member of the German family was suspected of the crime. No DNA was found in Richard Allen's car or house linking him to the crime. Holman was asked by the defense if it was a mistake for multiple sticks to be left at the scene of the murder. No, he proclaimed, but mistakes were made. And yes, they were. Yes, they were. He has to admit that they were. He has no choice but to admit that. So Holman said he believed the sticks were used to camouflage the girls' bodies rather than be used to position them in a certain way. He does, however, think Allen may have heard somebody, such as a car, that interrupted him during the murder. Before he killed them, after, I don't know. The lieutenant added to these beliefs, saying that he does not agree with the defense's theory that Abby and Libby were picked up in a car on Monday afternoon, had their bodies brought back, and were dumped in the water the following morning. Um, I agree with that. Um, the crime happened there. They didn't go anywhere else. Once they were in that location, that was their final spot. I do agree. Holman also said there was nothing to contradict the theory that Libby German's phone stayed at the murder scene the entire time. Per defense attorney Andrew Baldwin, Richard Allen was interviewed on October 13th and the 26th of 2022. The defense now wants the videos of those interviews to be played in court. According to Special Judge Fran Gohl, those videos will be played next week. So I definitely give the state the point about they weren't taken somewhere else. And I do agree. All right, where are we at? So we have day 8. That's what we just so this is October 28th. Will we be able to get through this? We will find out. Let me check the comments here. Let's see. The one thing I would understand, like if she didn't want like a media company like HBO or someone like that, I can understand if she didn't want them filming and having cameras. I kind of understand that, but I just think the limited presence of the press, I think that's not good. Um, I personally don't like how I don't know. Like I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of YouTubers also taking up space of local residents. I that's my opinion on that. I understand they have a right to do it, but versus what I think, what is a right to do versus what you should do, I think it's different. But I also understand people wanting to make sure on their own end that what they're seeing is true and correct, and what gets reported is least consistent. But of course, you're going to have like the crazies, like the Rick Snays, the RM Productions, people like that. No matter what, the state can never be right. The state and whatever they're arguing, the witnesses, whoever is in their favor, oh, what did they do? What did they say? Something stinks. Something's afoot, right? Like those people will never be convinced of anything other than Richard Allen's innocent. Richard Allen can confess. Oh, he did. I was going to say Richard Allen can confess, and they still wouldn't believe it. So, and then you have some people without a question, Rick Allen did it. We don't care. We don't care what evidence you present. The defense is just sneaky. You have that. You got to at least be open-minded enough. It's okay to lean in one direction by using your mental capacities to think and think critically and think logically. And even then, you could still be wrong, but you have to get all the information. I'm more likely going to be wrong about a lot of things regarding this. Yeah, and I think a crime of opportunity. Now, he has to have a reason why he has a gun and a knife, right? He has to have a reason for that. And so I think it's one of those things where it's always in his mind. And if he saw, I think it's something he really thought about a lot. I think you have to think about this a lot. And so he went to that bridge that day, maybe thinking, if I find my opportunity, I'm going to take it, but it may not come today. And I think Pat Brown, I think she described criminal profiler Pat Brown, not one of the witnesses, But I think criminal profiler Pat Brown kind of explained it really well. You go to a nightclub and you bring condoms with you because you hope you might score. You might score with a lady, or it might be your local bar. Hey, last call. There's this chick. I'm going to take her home, or I'm going to go to her home. Good thing I got these condoms with me. And I thought that was a good analogy and a good parallel analogy to where what Rick Allen may have done, as in, if the opportunity's there, I'm going there for that opportunity. But if it's not there, then it's not there. But if it's there, I'm going to take it. And I think that's why he was there. And I think it is my opinion that he has probably done that at that location before, and he's probably done it in other locations, um, hoping that maybe he could strike while the iron's hot. And it just happened that unfortunately for Abby and Libby, they were the unfortunate ones. But again, that's just an opinion. Don't take what I'm saying as gospel, please. Not that I think many of you would, but please don't. Absolutely, Batman. The Batman. He made sure to skip eating 3 times and not the 4th because he knew that there was a rule where there would be consequences for refusing to eat 4 times in a row in the jail. Thank you. You are absolutely right. I was gonna get to that later, but I'm okay that you mentioned it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, especially if he was wearing boots, that bumps him up about another inch or 2. And, I don't know about you guys, but I'm terrible at judging people's weight and height. Like, there are some people to me that look taller than they really are, and then I see pictures, and then I ask them, "How tall are you?" And they tell me, I'm like, "Really? That's how tall you are?" I would be a bad assessor at guessing someone's height. I would. I'd just be like, to me, they're short, but I'm also 6'2" and a half. So for me, what might be short to someone else may not be to someone else. That might be an average length person to someone else. Whereas to me, they might be short. Yeah, she is. She really is. She came really down. She's another one of those hardcore Richard Allen is innocent and you can't tell me otherwise. Like, I'm very open-minded to a lot of things here. Yeah, I believe that Richard Allen is guilty. I don't, but I can't say that so far the state absolutely necessarily has a slam dunk, although there are some things, again, we'll talk about later, that I think will help. Possibly, there's at least, if there's one thing that's going to help them secure a conviction, we'll get to that. Um, but it also wouldn't be surprising if the jury still deliberates and finds that there's reasonable doubt. I like Profiler Pat. I'm sub to her channel as well. Been following her for years. I really admire her. I really like Pat. I do. Um, by the way, Westville is not a maximum security prison. The safekeeping order will hold up in any higher court. Do I like it? Absolutely not. Just not just for Allen, but but all. Many others are held in state. Cold. A really funny story. I was talking to a coworker, and he got into a fight with his brother. He slapped his brother, but the brother told the sheriff that he uh, he punched him, and so his brother, my coworker, had to go to jail. And he said that when they did that, like, I mean, this is before like he was charged with anything, just the arrest. The arrest, he actually was taken to a prison, not a jail, not a county jail or sheriff's, whatever. Like he was taken to an actual prison. Um, and then you know, he would later be charged. Basically, he pled no contest and all that other stuff. And the whole thing was a mess. But I thought that was interesting. But of course, we're talking about two different things completely. I just thought it was weird that for just a simple assault charge, he was put in a prison to be held. That's the part that I thought was crazy. Shane, you please don't apologize for that. I didn't put any rule against that. I think the only thing I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? It's like if I'm doing something, you're like, hey guys, Gray Hughes is on, go over there. In which most part I would agree you probably should. But I'd be like, but come on. I don't want to talk to myself. Now that the hair is opening up, the ridiculousness of Kelsey being the killer, those channels are the worst of the worst. Absolutely. And I'm not afraid to mention one of them, and that's true crime design. Absolutely fucking disgusting. She has been on a kick with Kelsey for years. Even with the younger composite sketch, that is a complete disgusting grifter, and I'm not afraid to say it. I would not be sad if she fell down a fucking flight of stairs. I'm not wishing anyone harm her. Keep that in mind. But if, hey, Mother Nature and God decides to take their course, I have no fucking problem with it. Because that is unforgivable. I mean, that's not like, it's just my opinion. This person's involved. I mean, flat out lies. Absolutely. True crime design is absolute garbage. She can straight up go fuck herself. But all right, I'm caught up with the chat. So we're going to move along. This is going to take a while, but I don't care. I'm ready. So Delphi murder states forensic expert says no DNA Allen found. And this really doesn't surprise me because what people don't understand is that in a lot of murder cases, it's actually the majority. It's more probable than not that the killer or killers don't leave DNA. And people, well, how can that be? And it's strange, but it does happen. But people kind of live in this CSI effect that in order to convict someone, you got to have one of two things. One, you got to have them on camera doing it, or you got to have DNA. And unfortunately, sometimes we don't have that. So that doesn't mean that no one didn't kill the person, right? So unfortunately, sometimes we have to rely on circumstantial evidence and indirect evidence um, to try to use common sense, right? To use common sense. And to put a very simple explanation on this, so if I have a friend over at my house and I have a $20 bill on my coffee table and I'm talking with him and I'm like, all right, I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay. I use my bathroom or whatever. Or maybe I'm saying, hey, you want to go out to eat? I'll go get my coat, whatever. I come back, that $20 bill's gone. Like, hey, did you see what happened to that $20 bill? Person looks at me, no. I was like, well, you saw it on the table, right? Yeah, I saw it on the table. And you didn't see anything happen to that $20 bill? No. Come on, dude, stop fucking with me. Where's that $20 bill? I don't have it. I'm like, well, maybe when I walked away, maybe it, you know, I don't know, went under the couch or something, or went under the coffee table. You check the couch, you check the coffee table, it's not there. And you're looking, you're like, dude, you were the only one here, and that $20 bill's gone. What's going on? So you didn't see that person take that $20 bill, right? You didn't see that happen. But you're the only two in the house. And unless you believe in ghosts, thieving, stealing ghosts, there's really only one person you can infer, and that's indirect evidence. Because there was only one person at that time that could have done it based on that. So, anyways, on day 9 of testimony, Stacy, God, Polish names, Bozinwowski, I'm just going to call her Stacy, fuck this, an Indiana State Police forensic scientist, took the stand. Stacy spent the first part of testimony outlining her qualifications, giving the jury a crash course in DNA collection and analysis. And I bet they fucking love that. Then again, this jury does seem smart. Maybe they did, but I think most juries would find that to be incredibly fucking boring. And Stacy worked on DNA evidence in the Delphi case and did the report in March 2017. It included an analysis of the rape kits administered on both girls. Stacy said the kits were tested and no semen was detected. Other swabs detected the possible presence of male DNA, the amount was insufficient. However, Stacy didn't do a confirmatory test because she wanted to make the most of the sample. No male DNA was present on vaginal cervical swabs, she told the court. She did find male DNA in genital swabs and fingernails, but said that this was not necessarily an unusual result. It could have come from shared clothing and yielded very little DNA. And she is right. That stuff, I mean, if you talk to a lot of them, that's not that abnormal. We might think that's abnormal, but it really isn't. And so you have to kind of take someone at the profession to understand that they know what they're talking about. And there was no DNA evidence showing the girls were sexually assaulted. And Stacy said hair found in Abby Williams' hand, a key point the defense brought up in opening statements, appeared to be from one of Libby German's family members, most likely, Kelsey. I believe it was Kelsey. Testing performed in 2024, just earlier this month, showed the hair came from, and here we go, Kelsey German, Libby's sister. She soon discussed the cartridge found at the murder scene. The state's firearms expert, Melissa Oberg, said that she turned the cartridge over for DNA and fingerprint analysis before gathering the ballistics data. Stacy said she attempted to collect skin cells from the cartridge. She also displayed the cartridge to the jury for the first time. She said it was difficult to get DNA from cartridges because of their small size. The DNA found on the cartridge was insufficient for further analysis. Also, it was outside. It was damp in some areas, I believe. Um, and that the elements can sometimes kill even that little bit of DNA too. Um, but you never know. So she added that the state police crime lab no longer tested cartridges because of the difficulty in capturing results. Well, you should still try. Other attempts to glean DNA from items recovered from the murder scene found most of the material came from one or both of the girls, which makes sense. Some hair found on one of the girls' shoes was not consistent with human hair. Nothing, Stacy said during her testimony, tied DNA evidence to Allen or any other individual. Fair enough. Testimony after break. So the court took a break at 10:50 a.m. and resumed at 11:10 a.m. Stacy testified about additional items found at the crime scene, including items of clothing belonging to the victims. The DNA matched Abby, Libby, or a mixture of the two. Some swabs returned hair consistent with animal hair. Blood pooled around Libby German was her own, as was blood found on the ground and trees. Blood found around Abby Williams was her own. All makes sense. Items pulled from Deer Creek, socks, and I don't know if, yeah, a screen scarf, underwear, a tank top, Nike shoe, tie-dye shirt among them were also analyzed. Stacy believes the creek affected the results. Yes, the creek would, because water destroys evidence. I've been saying this in the goddamn West Memphis 3 case, and that was, God, decades ago. So, yes, Stacy is absolutely right. The creek is going to affect that. Water destroys evidence. And adding that water had the potential to remove dilute DNA. Yes, she is absolutely correct. One item included Abby's profile and a partial sample through Stacy couldn't make a determination on the partial sample. Some items didn't include enough DNA for analysis. So I wonder if Bob Ruff is going to start screaming in that about the fucking MVAC. Again, Stacy said that she found no male blood or semen. She was unable to develop a DNA profile for a potential suspect. Swabs taken from Libby's phone were inconclusive. When the lab did get a profile match, results were entered into CODIS, the combined DNA index system, for comparison. In the end, the result matched a lab employee. So a little bit of contamination there. The issue led to communication about proper personal protective equipment, PPE, at crime scenes. And that's true enough. It was different when it was back in the 80s and 90s, but now that we're a little more advanced, that should be pretty clear now. So analysis was performed at the ISP Lafayette Post on tree branches found on near the girl. Swabs were tested for skin cells, with some branches measuring about 7 feet long. Two of the samples matched Libby. The state sent a set of hairs to the FBI. The FBI identified three hairs not consistent with either girl. No additional testing was performed at this point. Um, Stacy said that it was because she hoped newer technology down the road would provide answers. Given that analysis often destroys and compromises the original material, the lab decided to delay further testing, which I can understand that. When asked about touch DNA on the branches, Stacy said a casual touch doesn't always leave DNA behind. She also said wearing gloves would prevent such transfer. We don't. Well, the thing is, you don't know if the suspect gloves or not. But if they are, true enough, true enough. Um, she told the court she didn't find Allen's DNA on any of the items she analyzed. She was unable to develop a male profile suitable for comparison. Court broke for lunch at 12:34 p.m. However, before adjourning, Judge Frangol admonished some people in the gallery for falling asleep. We mentioned this earlier. I don't conduct court in your bedroom, the judge said. I would approach you not sleeping in my courtroom. And that does leave a very funny image of me fucking waking up or not. Court's in session. Oh dear Lord. Is there more of that? Yeah, so that's the end of that. And the website is acting slow. So that's going on. Let's see. Who did the 99 balloon BS? No idea. Oh, I'm still alive, hot and cold. I'm still alive. Wow, a lot of profiles here dealing with cold or heat, whether it's uh, hot and cold, cold, burn. All right, let me go back. Come on, there we go. Uh, Oh, this thing is a pain in the. Okay, there we go. So where are we at here on the days? Let's see. Okay, the state's blood spatter expert. That's what we're going to go with next. So we're still on day 9, October 28th. All right, so Libby German's grandmother, Becky Patty, reeled in the gallery as a blood described what he believed to be the final bloody moments of her granddaughter's life. Patty threw herself into her hands, appearing to cry. Richard Allen sat alongside his lawyers as gruesome crime scene photos displayed the bloody remains of Abby Williams and Libby German to those in attendance at the Carroll County Courthouse. Allen is accused of murdering the two girls near the Monon High Bridge, as we know, in Delphi on February 13th, 2017. Of course, he was arrested 5 years later. So, after jurors heard about DNA testing during Monday's testimony, Major Pat Cercio of the LaPorte County Sheriff's Department took the stand. Pat spoke as a blood stain spatter expert who has testified in 34 different criminal cases. And Pat is a crime scene reconstructionist and stated that forensics are my specialty. It should be noted that Pat wasn't at the original crime scene where the girls' bodies were found. He wasn't brought in to consult on the murders case until February 24th, 2024. Pat's findings were pulled from studying crime scene photographs and autopsy lab and DNR reports. Graphic crime scene photographs were shown during Pat's testimony as he described how Libby was likely mortally before being dragged 20 feet or so to her final resting place. Previous autopsy findings revealed how the girls' throats were cut. Libby's more than once. Pat believes Libby was slashed near or against the tree, causing bloodstains on the bark. Blood on Libby's hands reveals she may have grabbed her throat to try and stop the bleeding, Pat described. Blood on her foot is consistent with her walking through her blood. Oh, man. Pat believes Libby was standing upright at one point due to the flow of blood stains on her torso. Blood flow on her thighs reveals she was in a seated position at another point, Pat said. Jurors and family members appear distraught. Yeah, I can see why. As Pat described, moisture consistent with a tear mixed with the girl's blood. Pat stated that the bloodstains and patterns on the three led him to believe the attack on the girl started at the tree with swipes of a weapon possibly causing stains and spatter on the tree. He also surmised that the bloody hand could have created the stains. Libby succumbed to her wounds in a large pool of blood while leaning against a tree. Pat believes before she was then dragged to the nearby spot where her body was found. Pat believes Libby's murder was bloodier than Abby's. Abby's had no blood on her hands or sleeves she wore. Uh, Pat called it very unusual for there not to be blood on Abby's hands and that he'd never seen that before when there is no evidence of being tied up unless Abby was unconscious at the time of her death. And that's a point. A point goes to the Batman that, yeah, most likely she passed out. As we go along with that, I can see why. And if that's why, explains a lot of things. And anyone, well, I'm not really referring to the DC comic book hero, but to the to one of the commenters on the live stream. So previous autopsy findings did reveal faint lines on Abby's mouth, which a pathologist theorized could have been tape or clothing of some sort used to cover the girl's mouth. But there was no tape residue found and no mention of markings on Abby's hands. While Abby's body was found partially dressed, wearing Libby's clothes, Pat stated it was unlikely Abby was dressed after being killed due to a lack of blood that would otherwise be on parts of her body. When asked about a minimum amount of people it would require to kill two girls, Pat answered that one person alone could have committed the crime, but didn't rule out the possibility of multiple suspects. Which, yeah, how could you? Um, During cross examination, the defense team asked Pat if he'd ever seen bodies concealed at crime scenes. He said that he had. When asked what percentage of those bodies were with sticks, he stated a very small amount. After Pat's testimony ended, moved to admit the search history from Richard Allen's tablet into evidence. The defense objected to the motion, with Special Judge Fran Gall stating she would take the motion under advisement. Day 9 of testimony in the Delphi murders trial ended shortly before 5:30 p.m. So we're going to be going into day 10. So there's a lot to cover, as you guys can see. We've been going at this for a while. Like, I think we're past 3 hours. So, but we're chugging along. And for anyone that's listening, thank you. So the next thing is going to be day 10 testimony, Tuesday, October 29th. Jurors watch video of Allen's initial interview. So that's what we're going to be talking about next. Where are we at? We're going to keep going. I'm going to keep going until I'm done. What do we got here? All right, so I think we can continue forward. I was just looking through the comments. Probably shouldn't leave it quiet as I'm looking. But anyways, here we are. So let me just skip through the recap. All right. So on day 10, portions of Allen's October 13th, 2022 interview were played in court. The video lasted about an hour and 20 minutes. Some portions not pertaining to the investigations were redacted by agreement of the state and Allen's defense. So if they're both good with it, we should be. The video cut on a few occasions. According to media observers, Allen is engaging, cooperative, and agreeable at the beginning of the interview. Well, yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. He's going to play it cool. Um, as the interview progresses, however, Allen becomes more cautious and it dawns on him about 30 minutes in that police are giving serious consideration to his involvement in the murders. And yeah, there's two ways to look at that. If he's guilty, now he's becoming paranoid. However, you can also look at it and be like, wait a minute, you guys are looking at me? Like, oh, yeah, I know how shiesty you guys are. Like, oh, no. So there's two ways to look at that. So, anyways, video interview with Mullen Liggett. So the footage included Allen and Steve Mullen, the former police chief who works as an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. Tony Liggett, an investigator on the case, the current Carroll County Sheriff, is also in the video. In the footage, Mullen read Allen his rights and Allen signed a document. Okay, fair enough. Mullen and Liggett mentioned the interview Allen gave to DNR officer Dan Doolin in February 2017. They told him they were going back to the beginning of the case and suggested that they're just trying to rule him out. Fair enough. Allen told the pair he served in the Army National Guard and lived much of his life in Mexico, Indiana. He worked as a store manager at a Walmart and believes he started at CVS in 2013. When asked to recount his events of February 13th, 2017, Allen said he went to his mother's house in the morning. He remembered it was a warm day. He went home to get a jacket and walked on the trails. He estimated he left his mother's house around 11:15 a.m. and arrived on the trails at around 12 p.m. to watch the fish. He seemed confused about where he parked his car. When asked about his route, he said the way that loops around. When asked if he would have taken another route, he didn't answer. Okay. So Allen said he told his wife he was on the trails. After the murders, he mentioned that police were looking to talk to people who may have had information. Allen went to the sheriff's office, setting up the tip that led to his interview with the DNR officer. During his videotaped interview, Allen said he left the trail at 1:30, 1:45. He told Liggett and Mullen that there were three girls he passed while walking on the trail. He told the investigators there were no other vehicles parked. He went out to the platform on the Monon High Bridge to look at the fish. I've been across the High Bridge when it was in better shape, he told them. Liggett and Mullen asked him which car he drove to the trails. He said normally drove a gray Ford 500, but took a black car when he went out of town. Investigators believed he drove his black 2016 Ford Focus. I don't really remember seeing anyone else that day, he said. If I did, they didn't jump out at me. Allen said he kept an eye out on a stock ticker on his phone while walking on the trail. When he left, he said that he went home to the stock market in order to try to get rich. He told the investigators he was wearing blue jeans and a Carhartt jacket that day. He had a black one and a blue one at the same time, but believed he wore the black one. He also said he was wearing a skull cap. And Allen feels like, let me see if so Allen feels like main lead. So Mullen then asked to see Allen's phone. He asked how long they would need it, and he said they used Ting for cell phone service. He didn't think he had his phone from 2017 and said he believed his wife recycled it. Sounds like I'm going to be somebody's fall guy, Allen said after Mullen read his warrant to him. The conversation we're having, it seems like you think I've done it. Allen said he wouldn't let investigators go through his car and house. I'm starting to feel like your main lead, he said. Liggett assured him they were just crossing T's and dotting I's as they talked to the people who were on the trail on February 13th, 2017. Allen said he wasn't impugning the integrity of the investigators. I'm not going to have police going through my house and stuff, he said. He initially gave police the code to his phone and then had second thoughts telling him, you know what? Let me talk to my wife before we do anything. Allen said he was no angel of a person, adding that he was like everyone else. Maybe I don't want you looking at every website I visited, he said. Mullen told Allen he wasn't trying to make life hard. Liggett echoed the same point. I don't want you thinking we're coming after you, Liggett told him. And I know I wasn't out there that late on the trail, Allen said. Mullen told Allen they wanted to search his home so they could roll him out. I had nothing to do with it, Allen responded. I don't want to be any more involved in it than I have to be. Mullen said they wanted to check his car for any biological fluids. Then we can say we looked at Rick, we looked at his car, we didn't find anything in his car, Liggett explained. At that point, Mullen and Liggett left, leaving Allen alone to look at his phone. Bridge guy denial. When they return, Mullen informed Allen they have video of his car going to the trails. Mullen also revealed that he talked to Allen's wife and daughter and learned he had some issues about hurting himself. Allen was then asked if he never met him, or I never met them, the girls, Allen said. He then revealed that he entertained suicidal thoughts before and was going to shoot himself at some point. It's not like I killed two girls and now I got psychological problems, he said, of his mental health issues. Liggett showed him a photo of a black car. That's your car, he said. After showing him a photo of Bridge Guy, Mullen asked, is that you? That's not me, Allen said of the photo. If it's taken with the girl's phone, that's not me. He's wearing the same clothing you told us, Liggett said. Just tell us what happened. This is your car. There's zero doubt. We're all done here, Allen responded. Your attitude towards me has changed. I feel like I'm being interrogated, he said. You were out there to do this to the girls or to introduce the girls to someone, Mullen said, adding that Bridge Guy followed the girls to the end of the bridge and forced them down the hill. You're not going to find anything to connect me to the murders, so I'm not worried about it, Allen said. So arrest me or take me home. The video cut out and then returned. Are you going to arrest me? Are you arresting me? Allen asked. He added, you lost my trust. This is stupid. Now you're pissing me off. You're an asshole, directing the comment at Mullen. After the interview ended, Allen was taken home. A few hours later, police arrived with a warrant and conducted a search of his property. So that's the part for day 10. Let's see what else we got with that. Yeah, we got interview with the ISP investigator. Now, I'm going to be honest. I honestly didn't see anything suspicious in Richard Allen's interviews with those guys. I wouldn't want law enforcement to see my phone either. And not to be cringe or weird, but you know what? I hate to say it, a lot of guys watch porn on their phones. Yeah. And as long as it's not anything that's involving anything illegal like bestiality or children or anything really super disgusting like fecal matter and like urine and other weird shit like that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he likes to watch a full grown man in a diaper being a woman in bondage clothing. Maybe that's not what he wants the police to see. Hide. Maybe the kind of porn he likes to watch is extremely violent. Maybe if not directed towards minors, someone that is pretending to be a minor in a video. Always possible. See what we got going on here. Do-do-do-do-do. All right, so I can go ahead and move on. The damage is done. Jurors watch Richard Allen's interview with ISP investigator. So, jurors watched a second recorded interview with Delphi murders suspect Richard Allen. Um, Early on Tuesday, jurors watched Allen's initial interview from October 13th, 2022. They saw a second interview, one with Indiana State Police investigator Jerry Holman after that. Pardon me. So, pardon me again. In the video of the October 26, 2022 interview, Holman told Allen police had taken a gun, knives, clothes, and his car. They discussed guns and Allen's time in the military. Allen said he hadn't shot in a long time. When Holman asked if Allen had loaned out any items the police seized, he responded, "If I did, I certainly don't remember." The investigator asked Allen if he was carrying knives or guns on the trail. Allen just went for a short walk that day. Then Holman informed Allen about the firearm analysis that matched a cartridge found at the scene to a Sig Sauer PS 226 seized from Allen's home. Holman told him that firearms leave marks that are just like fingerprints. Okay. He told him prosecutors wanted to lock him up, but Holman was on his side. Oh, God. How my bullet would have gotten out of there if that's my bullet, Allen said. There's no way. Holman told Allen the media would portray him as a molester. Are you the mastermind behind this? He asked Allen. Mastermind? Allen responded with a sarcastic chuckle. If you don't tell me, you're going down for this, Holman said. Do you realize what you've done to me? Allen asked. There is no way around from my gun, or I'm sorry, there is no way around from my gun was anywhere near the girls or the bridge. We're trying to help you, Holman told him. The damage is done. Go ahead, do what you're going to do, Allen said, adding that he could never do what police were suggesting. And see, now reading that kind of plays into later, like when he's saying, like, oh, yeah, you could file whatever to like any damages or things like that. Or, hey, do you want us to take this to your wife? That right there, indicates where it's like, it's all over now. It seems less like guilt, as in just, he's just saying, like, you guys are trying to pin it on me. Go ahead, do what you're going to do. Like, anyway, he said it didn't come out of my gun, he insisted. Holman said the death penalty was on the table. Allen said he didn't really care about living and discussed his mental health, and he started cursing. Kill me, Allen said. Make my wife rich. Holman pressed him about Delphi murders. You're the last person to contact Abby and Libby, he said. I never met them, Allen responded. So DNA taken, further denials. So Holman then left. Allen sat by himself and shook his head. When Holman returned, he had a warrant for DNA and took swabs from Allen. The girls have a video of you, Holman said. I know you're trying to trick me into saying I killed them, Allen responded. I'm not going to say something I didn't fucking do, he added. What was I involved with? I don't know, Holman answered. You tell me. You were there. This is the time to get out in front of this. There's no way you can explain all the evidence away. If you got somebody that's saying I helped them, they're fucking crazy, Al said. If you're going to arrest me, arrest me. I'm done. He then told Holman, I think nothing you have is going to show me near the murder scene. He did place himself in the fucking area of that time. So that part's not necessarily true. His initial 2017 interview states that. Anyways, Holman left Allen alone again and the video cut out. When the investigator returned, he asked Allen about the cartridge found at the murder scene. Allen again told him it wasn't his and it wasn't possible for the cartridge to be from his gun. Maybe you did this all by yourself, Holman suggested. There's some missing pieces. My wife is going to tell you there's no way in hell I'd ever do this, Allen said. There's no way possible that a round from my gun ended up at the murder scene. Allen told Holman he refused to sit there all day, was responsible for the Delphi killings. Holman left again and returned. He asked about a round found in a keepsake box in Allen's home. It was similar to the unspent bullet found next to the girls. Now, what I want to know is consistent or identical. I'd like to know that. But anyways, we know you have some anger issues, Holman told Allen. He theorized that Allen encountered the girls. They made him angry, and he racked the gun to scare them. Pardon me, ejecting the cartridge in the process. I went for a walk and I went home, Allen told him. Give me a second here. There we go. So Holman asked about Ron Logan, who owns some of the property near the trail. FBI documents showed agents searched Logan's property after the murders and looked at him and any possible involvement in the crime. What about Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan? Holman asked. Allen shook his head in the negative. You and I know realistically that the evidence doesn't lie. Clearly it does, Allen retorted. He maintained that the cartridge couldn't have come from his gun and said that he carried the firearm only when he went fishing or mushroom hunting. It didn't come from my gun. Is that what? I'm sorry, let me say that again. It didn't come from my gun, is what I'm telling you, Allen said. Holman told him that the crime lab. Sorry, guys. I haven't had water in a bit. This is probably why I'm doing that. So Holman told him that the crime lab tested several other firearms and that only Allen's matched the round recovered at the crime scene. The state expert testified earlier this week that she examined 8 firearms in connection with the Delphi murders. I can't just type this shit up, Holman said. I can't take this to a jury of your peers. Or I can take this to a jury of your peers. And once again, Holman left the room. This time, Allen did as well. Going to take a little break to drink some water here. All right. Interview resumes. Allen's wife steps in. So the interview soon resumed with Holman saying, I don't think you're a bad person. What kind of person kills 2 people? Allen asked. That's a fair question. He said he couldn't tell Holman something he didn't do. I didn't murder 2 little girls. I wasn't involved in killing 2 little girls. Holman left again. Allen's wife, Kathy, then walked in. Allen told her it was going to be all right and said there was no way it could have been him. I don't know what they're trying to do here, he said. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help murder anyone, or I didn't help anyone murder anybody. How did a bullet from your gun get there? His wife asked. I don't know, he answered. The pair said, I love you, and shared a kiss. This is exactly what I would never want for you, he said. They're trying to talk about my anxiety and depression and shit. He said, if the bullet came from my gun, there's no way it came from their investigation. The video cut to black. Arrest me. When it resumed, Holman was back in the room with Allen and his wife. You're going to drag your fucking daughter and wife into this because you're so fucking bullheaded, Holman said. Tell him, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing. With that, Kathy Allen left the interview room. You want to fuck with me? Fuck with me. But leave my wife out of this, Allen told Holman. Holman responded by yelling at Allen. Did you see those 2 dead girls? Arrest me, Allen said. Happy to, Holman responded. You're guilty, and I'm going to prove it. At that point, the court adjourned and remained in recess until 1:45 p.m. So we'll get into the next of it. Now, as we're going along with this, like these interviews with that Holman and the others are doing, they don't impress me. There's more information to come out, mind you, and I'm only talking about this in this scope, not with all the other evidence, but this does not impress me. And Holman is coming off as an asshole, and Allen actually looks pretty good. Now, for anyone freaks out, I'm not saying Allen's innocent. Let's go protest and let's start calling Judge Goal frigid Franny or any of that other stupid shit. I'm not saying that either. Um, so let's see. Okay, so I think we're going on to the next one here. I'm hoping I'm not missing anything, but I think I'm going through everything all right. All right. All right. So day 10 of testimony began with jurors listening to the first interviews police conducted with Richard Allen shortly before his arrest in late October 2022. In the interviews, Allen vehemently denied killing the girls despite police not only lying to Allen, but attempting to leverage his family against him. I didn't murder two little girls. I wasn't involved in killing two girls, Allen told police in the interviews. But correctional officer at correctional facility told jurors that Allen changed his tune in prison. The so-called confessions of Richard Allen have been long known, with prosecutors previously detailing how Allen made more than 60 confessions during this long stint behind bars. The defense has repeatedly claimed Allen was suffering from mental anguish and made the confessions due to his stress, strain, and mental breakdowns he suffered while being kept in terrible conditions. The defense pointed out how Allen's mental state was unstable and pressed on by confessions made by Allen weren't even factually accurate or to the crimes that never happened, um, such as claiming to have murdered his grandchildren. Allen's mental instability also extended to strange acts, such as smearing feces on the walls of his cells, his attorney said. In arguments, the prosecution stated that Allen made confessions that included information only the killer would know. Tuesday afternoon was the first testimony into any of these numerous confessions. Former prison warden takes stand. I believe Gallipo. Yeah, it's Gallipo, I believe. The former warden of Westville Prison took the stand. He told jurors about Allen's time in prison and how he was in observation cell. Allen also spent time on suicide watch during his stay in Westville. Allen was housed in a correctional facility for 13 months. His attorneys have repeatedly argued that he was treated poorly and called a baby killer. A judge once disagreed, however, and found Allen was treated more favorably than other inmates. Gallipo said Allen was allowed to shower 3 times a week, provided 3 sets of clothing, and had access to tablets, and was allowed recreation time 5 days a week in a rec room. While on suicide watch, he would get a medical check daily. The former warden told jurors about how on March 5th, 2023, Allen wrote a request for an interview that included him stating he wanted to be. Fox 59 and CBS 4 previously recreated this document, which includes no additional insights into the murders. In the interview request, Allen simply states he is ready to officially, he's ready to officially for confess. Is that right? Ready to officially for confess killing Abby and Libby. They must be writing it exactly as that. That was awkward. So Gallipo told jurors that Allen confessed to disposing of a box cutter in the dumpster behind the CVS where he once worked in Delphi. During the trial, a pathologist suggested one of the weapons that could have been used to kill both girls was a box cutter. Box cutters were also found in Allen's home during the police search 5 years after the girls' deaths. Gallipo was asked about Allen's mental state while at Westville. The warden said Allen was quiet for the first month. He claimed Allen only began acting erratic after he got mail from his attorneys. This is when Allen began washing his face in the toilet, pooping in his cell, tearing up mail, eating paper, and more. The prosecution able and confessing to impossible crimes only began after his initial confession. The defense has remained stalwart that Allen's mental state of anguish led to false confessions. But I will say this, it is weird if you start to look at the timeline, if the confessions were more accurate at that time and then they just got crazier, I think his defense attorneys coached him. It's like, well, you fucked up by confessing, but if you want to save yourself, fucking act crazy and start saying all shit that don't make sense. But I wasn't there. I don't know. Just an opinion. Correctional officers testify. Followed their former warden and repeated accounts of Allen confessing to killing the girls. Correction officer Michael Clemens told jurors that he was a suicide companion assigned to record everything Allen said while in prison. According to Clemens, on April 6th, Allen confessed to killing the girls. He quoted Allen as saying, "God, I'm so glad no one gave up on me after I killed Abby and Libby. I killed Abby and Libby all by myself. Nobody helped me." Allen is also accused of saying. Clemens also told jurors that Allen shouted to other inmates, "I'm not crazy. I'm only acting like I'm crazy." During cross-examination, Clemens told Allen's attorneys that he never felt Allen's crazed behavior was genuine. Can prison get to a man? Clemens was asked. Yes, it can, he admitted. I don't know enough to just randomly fucking confess, but sure. I'm sure it can change. It can. Correction officer Ethan Drang also took the stand and told jurors that Allen confessed to him on April 5th, 2023, that he killed the girls and wanted to apologize to their families. Ethan added that Allen said, "I think coming to prison cured me of my depression and anxiety." Michael Roberts, another correctional officer, said Allen confessed to him multiple times about killing the girls. On April 7th, 2023, Allen allegedly confessed to molesting the girls. Pathologist testimony said there wasn't any obvious signs of sexual on the body, but couldn't rule out that sexual assault had occurred. On April 23rd, Allen again allegedly confessed to killing the girls. The next day, Robert said Allen asked, "How do I prove that I'm not insane?" Or how do I insane? Actually, that's the right way to say it. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Roberts was asked about Allen's mental state and said he was trained to notice signs of mental health disorders. Allen did more outrageous things when guards were watching and claimed Allen only acted up when lawyers came. Some of the ways Allen acted up included rubbing feces on the walls and on himself, hitting his face against the wall until it swelled up, and rolling around the floor. Allen told guards he was called a baby killer by other inmates and would be told to kill himself. Several more Westville correctional officers testified into the evening, telling jurors that Allen confessed to killing the girls throughout April into May. They told jurors about Allen's strange behavior, sauce, peeing on his mat, and masturbating while singing. "Kathy, I did it. I'm guilty," Allen allegedly said on April 16th, 2023, while correctional officer Raymond Smith was watching over him. "Run, Kathy, run." According to correctional officer John Miller, Allen expressed his desire to burn in hell while confessing to the killings. "I got what I deserve for what I did," Allen allegedly said to Miller. "I'm sorry I killed those kids." Box cutter confession. Westville Correctional Officer Brandon Fisher detailed perhaps the most potentially damning of the alleged confessions. According to Fisher, on April 29th, 2023, at approximately 6 p.m., Richard Allen not only confessed to killing the girls yet again, but provided some details into the killings. Allen reportedly said that he intended to rape the girls, but said that he panicked and ended up killing them instead. Allen told Fisher that he killed the girls with a box cutter and threw it into the dumpster behind. That echoes the testimony given by Gallipo. In May, Fisher said Allen was banging his head on the wall and again spoke of killing the girls. He talked about how they were screaming and when he killed them and talked about stealing the box cutter from CVS. When Fisher was asked by Allen's attorneys if he believed his mental distress was genuine, Fisher said that he did not and thought that Allen was acting. Fisher claimed Allen was said, "I won't be doing that again," after smearing feces on his face. But Allen's attorney implied that Allen did do it again. Yeah, which I was curious because I heard that he ate his feces. I'm only hearing that he smeared his face. So maybe this is something that'll come later. Or maybe certain people are trying to exaggerate that. I don't know. But, anyways, Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. Jason Bedwell, a correctional officer from Wabash Valley Correctional, was among the guards who took the stand on Tuesday evening. Bedwell was the only guard from Wabash Valley, which is where Allen was transferred after being held for 13 months at Westville Prison. Bedwell stated that on February 4th, 2024, 9 months after the previous confessions, Allen again confessed to the killings while lying down and crying, talking to himself. "I'm sorry for what I did," Allen said, according to Bedwell. "Sorry for killing them." Court ended around 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday and will resume day 11 of testimony on Monday morning. So we are chugging away at this. Man. Let's see, is anyone still here? A few people. Richard Allen having knowledge of the crime due to his discovery, Walla was feeding him information and how he was rewarded whenever told him what they wanted to say. Yeah, that's conjecture. It could still be possible, but we don't know if he was actually feeding him information. We did know that he talked about support, what people were saying about him. That one that we do know. But whether or not she was actually feeding him anything, especially when she was saying don't talk about the case and anything such as confessing, talking to his defense attorneys first, what's he contradictory to certain things. I think that's just a pro-defensive narrative that people want to believe, but they don't necessarily know if that's true or not. Same with the van issue, um, which actually is something that Shane discusses. Shiloh, yes, but the van was not in Discovery, plus the clothes. Man, what are the odds that he was wearing same clothes as BG? The Discovery very can't help him with that. The Batman, I don't know who you're referring to, but I'm going to pretend you're referring to me, so I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, so we're going to move along. We're going into day 11. So we're going to have two things to look at here. And speaking of Walla, I think we're going to get into this. Here. So day 11. And Dr. Monica Walla took the stand. She was employed as the lead psychologist for the Indiana Department of Correction and was technically a contractor. She primarily worked at Westville and provided services to Allen while she was in custody. Walla took on Allen because of the high-profile nature of this case. She first saw him in November 2022. He was frequently on suicide watch, which meant correction personnel had to keep him on close observation. Walla didn't initially discuss the Delphi murders with Allen and discouraged him from talking about the case with others. In a compliant, Allen said, I'm sorry, patient complained, Allen said, I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry, he said. He made sure they were dead so they didn't believe they were deceased by the time he left. And I think this whole idea of staying to make sure they didn't suffer, I think is him trying to minimize his role by saying, oh, I didn't mean to be so vicious. I did it as a mercy act. Bullshit. He was back on suicide watch at that time. He became tearful and said he committed the murders by himself. According to Wallace's account, Allen said his intentions were sexual in nature and he alluded to having a sex addiction. Well, sex addiction, bullshit. I can't help that I'm a sex addict. Yeah, you can. You choose not to. You decide to fall for your compulsions. So I love that when people say, I'm helpless with that compulsion. No, you are. You just decide not to fight it. He believed the girls were older, perhaps 18 or 19, though he also thought that they could have been as young, that's a large discrepancy. He also said that he was an alcoholic and had been both a victim and perpetrator of child molestation. So, on one aspect, he's admitting that he did that stuff, but is also trying to say, like, yeah, but I'm also a victim of it, and that's why I do it. He wanted to apologize to the girls' families. Pretty sure they would tell him to get fucked, but okay. Allen told Walla he was glad he didn't kill himself and expressed appreciation for being housed and clothed at the facility. He told her he slept with his Bible and had committed himself to God. His thought process was all over the place, and his emotions were up and down. During a May 2nd report, Walla noted that Allen said he killed the girls, asked if it was okay for him to kill himself. So now he's kind of going backwards on that, and added he didn't want to die because he was too much of a coward. That I agree with. He's too much of a coward to kill himself. He sits there and say he wants to kill himself, but he's actually not going to do it. He's like the Anthony Greeno of threats and violence towards men. Um, he had trouble staying on topic, but Walla noted that he didn't appear psychotic. He believed he had a situational psychosis, which that's interesting, meaning he would have episodes of psychosis at times and then go into remission. I'd like to know more about that. Anyways, Allen recounts February 13th, 2017. On May 3rd, Allen wanted to call his wife and recounted the events of February 13th, 2017. He said he saw his mother in the morning in Mexico, Indiana. He was offered an invitation to go out for lunch, but declined. He told Walla he drank 3 beers and then went to the trails. He saw Abby and Libby walking on the trail and followed them. He said that he did something with his gun, and that's when the bullet fell out. He ordered the girls down the hill with the intent to rape them. So we do have a discrepancy here that it should be noted. He said that something happened to the bullet, which would have been before the actual crime scene where the bodies were found. That's where the bullet was found. But he's talking about doing it beforehand. So it is an interesting data point. Is it possible he could have cycled the gun twice? I don't know. Depending on that situation, like he did it at the hill, that bullet is somehow missing. Unless he picked that up, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Like, so there's that possibility. But if you don't find that bullet, it's conjecture. But then the actual bullet is at the crime scene, so it is interesting. But anyways, let's move on. By his something, either a man or a van. It was unclear in court that startled him. He ordered the girls across the creek, which we now know is a van. I think that they just had a hard time hearing it. So it's a van, or a man driving a van. And it startled him. He ordered the girls across the creek, cut their necks, and then covered their bodies with tree branches. He walked to his car, which he'd park at a nearby building. Walla noted that Allen seemed relieved after the admission. Allen continued to live his life as normal after the killings, he said. Now, Allen's conversation with his wife. On May 5th, Allen was at a high risk for suicide, leading guards to watch him closely. On May 9th, he said, I just want to sign my confession. Wallace suggested that he talk to his attorneys. Allen talked about planning his last meal and killing himself. He exhibited no evidence of psychotic symptoms. Walla noted. So this is where I have a hard time believing that she was feeding him this information to confess. As he's saying, I want to confess, she's like, talk to your attorneys. So she's giving him legal advice to say, talk to your attorneys, not saying, yeah, sure, absolutely. So I don't buy that. We could sit there and we could say she's a shit doctor, and I probably would. He should have been fired. I agree with that. But as far as the confession itself goes, we'll see. So, anyways, um, on May 10th, Allen had trouble with his prison issue tablet. He was able to call his wife. During the conversation, he mentioned the electric chair and asked if his family still loved him. I didn't do everything I said I did. And when he says that, are we talking about some of the dumb, crazy shit that he's saying? Or is he talking about things in the confession? For example, when if he cocked his gun or did whatever by the bridge, and if he didn't actually do that and if the bullet didn't go there, is that one of those things he's talking about? I don't know. Um, but his wife hung up on him. On May 11th, Allen said he wanted closure by apologizing to the girls' families, adding that he needed to forgive himself. Um, After a break in the proceedings, Walla discussed Allen's bizarre behavior and said she believed he was faking symptoms. So we have Walla, whether we believe she's a good doctor or not, she believes he's faking it. We have the guards believing that he's faking it. Now, again, these aren't the guards, you know, they're not medical professionals. Walla, unfortunately, really has placed her ethics at stake here as far as what she's doing. So, in an April 10th report, she mentioned that papers were strewn all over the cell. The documents were from discovery material from the case. She said it appeared he received those materials around the time he started confessing to the Delphi murders. In April 13th, and that's a data point we have to consider. In April 13th report, Walla said Allen's behavior became stranger, with him lying in and consuming feces. So now we're actually getting to the part of eating shit. She believed he was having an emotional breakdown from guilt and believed the behavior surfaced after he saw discovery evidence. That's also interesting. That's an interesting point. I mean, why do we believe that people can't have a breakdown to guilt? And I'll give you a great example. The murder of Skylar Neese. Two people killed her. That was Rachel. I'm sorry. Yeah, God, I can speak today. Rachel Schoaf and Sheila Eddy. One of those two girls had a mental breakdown based on the guilt that they had. And that was Rachel Schoaf. She went crazy. She went in to a mental institution. And after she came out, she confessed. So we can infer that it is possible to have a mental breakdown based on the consequences of your actions, the guilt that lies within you. Because you know you're screwed. And it's not guilt like I feel bad that I did it, but more like shit, I'm caught and I'm not going to be able to talk my way out of this. This is what I'm referring to. Anyways, she said it appeared he received those materials. All right, said all that. On August 3rd, the report noted that Allen said he wanted to go to heaven, but was afraid of dying. He was confused and not rational anymore. Rosie's cross-examination. So during cross-examination, defense attorney Bradley Rosie tore into Walla on the stand, questioning her credentials and her interests in the Delphi murders case. Walla told the court she followed the case through podcasts and social media and even engaged with posts about it. As the investigation developed, she said that she became more involved and used the IDOC database to search for information the public didn't have access to. That's unethical. She should not have done that. That was bad. She followed podcasts and online chat rooms, contributed information, and told people where to go for more information. Don't like that either. She became even more interested in the Delphi case after Allen's arrest. She shut her accounts down after someone pointed out that she was following the case so closely. She didn't disclose her interest in the case to her employer. That's shady. Not that you would just indirectly come out and say like, "Oh, I I'm so crazy about this case, but still, I mean, when you're involved in it, that part's not good. You've never disclosed to an employer you followed or you were following the case so closely, Rosie said. Oh, we discussed it when we learned he was coming into the facility. Now I eat my words. Wallace said she told the court she never made a formal report. When Rosie asked her if she would stop following the case if she had to do it all over again, she replied, probably, but it's too late now, right? Um, she testified that she sometimes shared information with Allen about what she saw online. And that's what I mentioned earlier. She would mention things that she saw online. That didn't necessarily mean that she was feeding him factual and accurate information, just what she's hearing. She said Allen's psychiatric history involved major depressive disorder and said it was possible he demonstrated characteristics of dependent personality syndrome. When Rosie asked if Allen was a fragile man while in the IDOC custody, she answered he was. Um, Rosie asked about his cell conditions and said the lights were always on, or she said the lights were always on. Walla told the court she believed he could dim them. Allen had no privacy in the cell, and Rosie suggested he was more secure or restricted than any other inmates. He couldn't mingle with other inmates, Walla told Rosie. Sorry, guys, I've been reading like for hours here, so if I'm sounding off, that's why. Um, After lunch, Walla continued to be pressed by Rosie and admitted to traveling to the Monon High Bridge to visit the area of the crime. She told the defense attorney that she followed true crime in general, not just the Delphi case, which does seem to be, you know, something that people do. They might have cases they're more drawn to, they pay more closer attention to, but they usually will look at other things. I know I do. So during conversations with Allen, she allegedly told Allen at points to maintain hope by stressing that he had supporters out there. I'm not comfortable that she was telling him things like that, but we'll have to see as we go along. I'm not seeing that she was feeding him like actual factual information. She's basically the scuttlebutt that's on social media, and we all know what that's fucking worth. Um, Wallace spoke further on Allen's mental decline while in prison, specifically in April 2023. She noted um, fatalistic delusions, hopelessness, insomnia, and suicidal ideations. Um, did you discover he had a grave disability? Walla asked. Yes, she responded. This led to Allen's uh, this led to Allen's first dose of involuntary medication on April 13th, 2023. This is interesting. On May 11th, he received his second injection of Halo Prito. Oh God, I'm not gonna fucking try. Why do they make everything so fucking complicated? God bless you to all the people who could fucking, you know, you can put these words together with the vowels and everything. But anyways, a drug used for mental disorders. Wallace stated how Allen continued to show signs of self-harm, such as bruising from banging his head, which led to another involuntary injection on June 5th. Waller agreed when asked if Allen met the criteria for serious. Also agreed that it was reasonable to believe that being kept in solitary negatively affected his mental health. In a May 2024 statement, Walla stated that she began questioning whether or not she believed Allen was faking symptoms. Allen stepped down from the witness stand at 3:10 p.m. So it seems like she was starting to question whether he was faking symptoms. So that's interesting. I think we have more here for that day. Give me a moment. Yes, we do. And it's going to involve the number of black follicles. Still got people, so that's cool. 4 hours. My God. This is a marathon, people. So, what do we got here? Let's take a look. Ah, so you were referring to me. Thank you. Oh, you guys are too much. Stop it. Stop it. Allen's declining of the lunch invitation and pounding 6 beers is not the confession of a crazy person. Um, no, I don't think that it is. It's very detailed. It doesn't seem like someone who can't tell the difference between reality and delusions. It seems like he's giving a very detailed account of what's going on. It seems like he knew exactly what was going on that day. Something that's monumental in his life. And if that's the first time he's ever committed a major crime like murder, you're not going to forget that. I mentioned earlier about 9/11, and even like what I remember the day before, the night before, I should say, the night before and the day of. It's still very, seared into my memory. Yeah, that's very interesting too, especially when they compared it to other guns. I'm kind of turning around on the whole tool marking thing. I mean, I don't know fully because I wasn't there, um, in the courtroom as a juror, but interesting. Oh, come on, Cold. How you going to shade us like that, huh? There could be more than one fire and ice. I'm just saying. Could be more than one. Yeah, if he's the guy, he can go fuck himself. No, no, she's an idiot. But I believe you can be. I think two things can be true. I think the confessions can be true, and I think she can be an idiot, and she should have been fired. She should not get a job anywhere else. I'm trying to be as objective about that as I possibly can be. Oh, without questions, because it seems like criminals, they're usually okay with every other kind of acts of violence, but when it comes to kids and stuff, or women and all that other stuff, like they're not very good with it. It Wallop boggles my mind too. And you're like, I'm not that smart, okay? I just pretend to be. I don't even do that. Here, I'm gonna try to say it just as you wrote. Depo Haldol. Am I saying that right? Depo Haldol. I've been screwing up names all day long too. That goes. I'm sure that'll go over well. Damn right. Yeah, because if she would have been overall ethical and didn't pull all this stuff, and I believe maybe if this was a different psychologist or doctor or what have you, wouldn't she be a psych? Because doesn't a psychiatrist prescribe medications? I keep seeing psychologist in her name, but I think a psychologist doesn't prescribe medication, right? So psychiatrist does, but I don't know. Um, but if a more ethical doctor would have been in there, I think we would have got a confession. I think, again, I'm guessing, and it would have been more reputable. So, all right, we're going to move along here. So, Delphi murder witness testimony may lend legitimacy to Richard Allen's prison confession. Okay, so let me try to skip some of this stuff. And okay, already went on with Monica. Did I already look? Did I already look at this? I think this is. Yeah, sorry guys. Oh, okay. No, no, no. All right. All right, I'm just going to read this. So if some of this sounds a little redundant, we're just going to go with it. So new witness testimony may add credence to a confession made by Richard Allen to a prison psychologist. Allen is charged with multiple counts of murder, as we know. I'm not going to go into all that. We've talked about it all day long. Allen's defense team has long sought to throw out the confessions made by Allen in prison. Allen was reportedly mentally unstable during his stay in prison and exhibited numerous erratic behaviors, such as smearing shit on his face and confessing to crimes that never happened. On Wednesday, psychologist Dr. Monica Walla told jurors how Allen confessed to the crimes in step by step detail during his time at Westville Correctional Facility. Allen told Walla that he was a recovering alcoholic, but that he drank 3 beers on February 13th, 2017, before heading to the trails. He confessed to following the girls onto the bridge and messed with his gun, which he speculated he might have led the round being found at the scene. So I'd like to know how that works. Like, what did that freaking round fall in his pocket? Is that what happened? Maybe he did take it, fell out of his pocket, and then it fell in the crime scene. I don't know. See, I don't know. It's speculation. I don't want to go on speculation. Anyways, um, Allen told Walla his intention was to rape the girls, but said he was spooked by a van and made the girls cross the creek before slashing their throats. He then covered the girls with sticks and walked out onto 300 North where he was parked. Many details of Allen's confessions match the crime scene, including how sticks were found atop the girls' bodies. It is unclear, however, if Allen was already privy to these details due to receiving the discovery paperwork from his lawyers around the time he made these confessions. Discovery paperwork would contain details of evidence associated with the case. The defense also pressed on Dr. Walla and revealed how she had been obsessively following the Delphi case, including posting online, listening to podcasts, and sharing details about what she saw with Allen. But now the legitimacy of Allen's confessions is once again a burning question after a witness who lived near the murder scene provided a seemingly small detail that may lend legitimacy to Allen's prison confessions. Brad Weber took the witness stand after Dr. Walla on Wednesday afternoon. Weber owns property next to the Monon High Bridge trails off North 625 West. That was searched in the initial hours after the girls went missing. Weber told investigators that on February 13th, 2017, he left work and drove home. He said this would put him driving down 625 North and pulling into his driveway at around 2:30 p.m. Allen told Dr. Walla in his confession that it was a van that spooked him into abandoning his plan to rape the girls and quickly killed them. Weber told jurors that on February 13th, 2017, he was driving a white van. The timeline also seems to add up with the case laid out by the prosecution as phone pings of Libby's phone have the girls being led down the hill at 2:31 p.m. The phone quits moving at 2:32 p.m. That's very interesting. Witnesses also reported seeing a black Ford Focus on 300 North on February 13th, 2017, revealed during Wednesday's testimony by former Delphi Police Chief Stephen Mullen. That was that a search vehicle registration showed that only one 2016 black Ford Focus SE was registered in Carroll County at the time of the girls' deaths. That's interesting. The Focus belonged to Richard Allen. That's compelling. And someone mentioned like different years, but similar models, things like that. But again, I think Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is often the most correct one. He places himself there. He has that vehicle, right? We have a security camera that's showing that he's driving past at like 127. We have witnesses with it. So I just think as you look at that, it's already undeniable that he was there. He places himself there. So none of this should be a surprise. Anyways, it should be noted that there were 8 black Ford Focuses of other models registered in the county and surrounding counties. Police also previously testified that a vehicle that they believed to be Richard Allen's black Ford Focus SE was captured on video near the trails on the day the girls vanished. Mullen agreed, however, that the body types of the Ford Focus were similar across several different years. Mullen also related that the vehicle captured on video couldn't be confirmed to be an SE model. During cross examination, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pressed on Weber's timeline and claimed Weber didn't go straight home after work and instead dropped off a trailer. Weber denied this multiple times in a contentious exchange between the pair. At the end of his cross, Baldwin then handed Weber a subpoena on the witness stand. The subpoena is for him to appear back in court to testify when the defense presents their case. Now, 2 ways to look at this. If the defense had evidence that Weber was doing the things that they said he was doing and it's conjecture, that hurts them. But if they have proof, if there's some kind of evidence, whether it's a text message to somebody or whether it's other witnesses that said, yeah, he stopped by that day, and if there's any other kind of proof, that's going to be bad on Weber. But if not, that van thing, that is what's going to secure it for the state, I think. But I also heard that people have talked about a white van in other social media groups. And so if that information's out there, would Richard Allen somehow know that? Would that be the scuttlebutt around town? I don't know. So let's see what we have here. Thank you for that clarification, Humanimal. Thank you. He didn't have the typical solitary confinement. Absolutely, many are trying to push. I still feel reform in U.S. Pretrial and prison system needs major reform, and I would agree with that too. Help a sister out, Humanimal. I think BG is Richard Allen. I'm not convinced others didn't know or aided in the cover up, but to say there's not been some bullshit in this at all would be a lie. I think he's the lone guy. For a while, I thought maybe there was other people, especially the way the prosecution was acting. And while I say it can't be impossible that more people were involved, I just find it unlikely. If he's given a confession, you would think he would confess to who he was either helping him or who he was helping. For example, like the Kleins, like I thought, like, man, there has to be a connection between the Kleins and Allen, especially with how close apart, yeah, you have a search in the Wabash River. And then a couple weeks later, I'm like, those things have to be connected. And then there were the alleged reports that Kagan Klein was looking up a gas station in Delphi, which very close, not that far from Richard Allen's house. I know Delphi is small, but still, I was like, man, what if like Kagan's like feeding that information to someone that goes, this is, in that dark web saying, this is what I want to do. And he's supplying him information. Well, these 2 girls, I talked to them, they're going to be at the bridge. Go there. And as far as I know, any of that information, it's possible, but if that is, I don't think we'll ever find that out. But I do think that if Richard Allen, if he was wanting to free his soul and wanted to really clear things up because he's born again, I would think he would have sold Kagan and maybe to another extent Tony down the river, and he didn't. So that's my view on it, anyways. Crap. I do these all the time and I suck at it. You'll be fine. Right. But he also confessed to being there after the picture bridge guy. Um, and this is before the video, just the picture. I think he wanted to know what law enforcement knew. He wanted to see what was going on. And of course, it's a major distinction. He placed himself at the bridge on the afternoon. He didn't confess to the murders until he was in solitary confinement for 4+ months. And technically, there was confessing, even with talking to his wife in November of 2022, saying, if this is too much for you, I'll just go ahead and confess. And don't sit there and tell me, well, he meant that it was too much for his wife. So he'll fake confess. Because, yes, it makes a lot of fucking sense to say, wife, this is too much for you. I'm sorry. I'm just going to confess to the murder so that we can fast track this thing. Okay? No. Come on now. Use common sense. Sorry, don't mean to go there. That's what I was trying to get. Humanimal is my famous person. I will probably trip over my words if we do a live together. I'm surprised you haven't done a live with Gray, or did you? Did you do a live with Gray? You should ask him cold truth. He does it with Fig Solves. I think he would with you. What I heard, and don't take it as gospel, but my understanding is that if the defense tried to have Klein testify, that he would invoke his Fifth Amendment rights. At least that's what I heard, but take it for what it is. Yeah, Kagan's only going to do something if he gets a sweet deal out of it. Let's be honest. So the defense isn't going to be able to offer him a sweet deal. The only people that would be able to offer him a sweet deal is the state. The state's done with him, especially after they put him through a wild goose chase with that Wabash River search that what lasted about a month, maybe even a little over. Um, well, see, I mean, that's got to be the most famous person that you talk to. Come on now. Although Humanimal's awesome, so I don't want to take that away either. So I don't want to devalue that. But still, I have no clue. I have no clue. Maybe someone else knows, but I don't. Is that another burn on Gray? Man, yesterday I was watching the Fig Solves interview with Gray and Sleuth Intuition, I believe is his name. Oh man, he was a moderator and he was firing off about his dislike for Gray. All right, so moving along. Here we go. I bet you after doing this 5 hours, I bet you like the most views I'm going to get is like it's like 80, but that's all right. It's worth it. Um, did I finish this? What are we doing here? Okay, so I did read that. We're going to move along. Oh, how does it do that? All right. So what happened to the timeline? Why is it doing that? All right. So Stand by, people. I just got to do something. Come on, man. Come on. There we go. I have a separate bookmark for all this stuff, and for some reason that bookmark was deciding to hide. So we just got done with day 11. That was Wednesday. So now we're going into Thursday. So I think we're actually going to be able to get caught up with everything. I do. So might take us over 5 hours, but it's going to get done. All right. So two others briefly took the stand on Wednesday. Steve Mullen O'Hare went over that. Let's just get into day 12. So, okay. State trooper takes the stand. So the state called Indiana State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman to the stand. He's been an investigator with ISP for 3 decades and said that he became involved in the case in April 2020. As part of his work with the case, he listened to approximately 7 calls from Allen, with most of them involving his wife or mother. Allen's many of the calls lasted about 30 minutes, according to Harshman, while some were shorter. And during a call on November 14th, 2022, which I previously mentioned, Allen told his wife if the situation becomes too much, he'd talk to investigators and tell them what they wanted to know. His wife, Kathy, replied, "You need to just hang in there." "I'm sorry, baby," Allen responded. It's just one fucked up. He told her he loved her. So you could look at that as he's either being too hard on himself, or he's saying like, it kind of makes you think, does she know something? The way that he talks, if it's too much for you, I'll just go ahead and confess without saying that she knows anything. But I don't, you know what? I don't like say, I'm going to strike that from the record because I don't want anyone, I hate that because if it's not true, that's terrible. That's a terrible thing to put on Kathy, even to insinuate it. So he's just saying, if it's too much, I'll confess. But still, in his mind, it's like, I'm not looking at that as in, oh, I'm just going to make this easier for you. I'm going to confess. Because you think that would make it easier for her that she was married to a child killer? No, absolutely not. So in April 2nd, 2023, called to his mother. Called to his mother, Allen said that he found Jesus and asked if she had gone to church that day. He also said that he hadn't slept well and could fall asleep during his call. "I didn't accept God in my life until March 21st, 2023, he said. They both said, I love you before the call ended. In an April 3rd, 2023 call, McLeland said that Allen made incriminating comments. He then played the call in court. Allen told his wife. "No, you didn't," Kathy Allen responded. "I think I did it," he said. Or I think I did, he said. "They're messing with your mind," his wife said. So the part that he says, "I think I did," okay, that's weird. That's weird. "I think I did." That kind of comes off as delusional, right? "I think I killed him," right? He's like, "I think I did. I don't know. I wish they would kill me and let me apologize to the families." So a statement like that, if I'm a juror, I'm like, that's weird. I think he's not saying I did it. He's saying I think. So that it's weird. I know later he does affirm that he did it, but it's weird. During a May 10th, 2023 call, Allen told his wife he thought he was losing his mind. "I need to tell you something anyway," he told his wife. "I need you to know that I did this." So now we're going from "I think I did it" to "I know I did this." And she's like, "No, you didn't, dear," his wife responded. "There's no way." She also suggested her husband was not well. He talked to his wife later that day, May 10th. Another call was played in court. "I need to know if you still love me," Allen said. "Yes, dear," his wife answered. It sounded like she was crying during the call. Um, "I may have to spend the rest of the year," he said. "I just got to know that everybody is still going to love me." But the paranoia of everyone loving him, if he did this, seems to be a bothersome thing. Um, at another point, he says, "If I get the electric chair, will you still be there for me?" Next came another confession. "I did it. I did it, dear," he said. "I've got somebody here listening to me, dear. I killed Abby and Libby." "No, you didn't," his wife responded. Yeah, Fox 59 actually did a misprint. It said that. So his wife responded, "Stop saying that." On June 5th, 2023, call with his wife, Allen again suggested he was losing his mind. "You know that I done it, right?" he asked his wife. In a June 11th, 2023 call, Allen again talked to his wife. "I did it," he said. "Kathy, I did it. Do you still love me?" "Yes, dear, but you didn't do it," his wife answered. "Talk like this. I'm sorry, I didn't know what I'm doing. I lost my mind. I feel like I'm already in hell." The call had long periods of silence, with Allen telling his wife he didn't mean to upset her. He suggested he was going to have to stop calling her. We get more testimony from Harshman. So once the calls were played in court, McClellan asked Harshman about his investigation, and Harshman described Allen's demeanor as subdued and solemn during his calls. He testified Allen used the same tone and speech patterns as other calls and said there was no indication he was under duress or stress. Harshman examined a report from Dr. Monica Walla that included Allen's confession. Allen had said that he visited his mother and declined a lunch invitation. He then went home, grabbed a coat, and drank three beers. He told Walla he saw the girls on the trail and followed them with the and messed with his gun, which is when he believed the bullet found at the crime scene may have been ejected. He said a van startled him, prompting him to panic, take the girls across Deer Creek, and kill them. So again, I want to say there's other data points. So he confessed before, or he stated before in an interview that he went to his mom's earlier that day. So he did that. He said he went to the Monon High Bridge. We know that. So we know the information that he's giving. The three beers, that's interesting. He would really have no reason to have to mention that, right? If he just wanted to false confess based on information. No one said that he drank three beers. That's something that he added himself. He's adding these details. This is very believable, very credible, not something that a maniac is saying. But of course, the van, we know that the van that he saw was Weber, and if Weber is telling the truth, we know that he came home around the same time that Allen was there with the girls, and there you go. So, anyways, Harshman thought that the van detail was notable. He wasn't aware of it, so he conducted further investigation. He went through old reports and learned about Brad Weber, who testified Wednesday and owns property across from the murder scene. Harshman said Weber's van, what type of van he drove on the day of the murders. Although, as I said before, I didn't see it myself directly, but I've heard in social media pages that a white van was mentioned. And I'd like to know in what context that was mentioned. But it was mentioned. People have talked to me about it, and I've seen other people mention it on X, formerly known as Twitter. And he didn't think it was general public knowledge. referring back to Harshman. He didn't think it was general public knowledge. And he talked to Weber and developed a timeline. He knew Libby German's phone stopped moving at 2:32 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. He found out Weber clocked out of work at 2 o'clock or 2:02 p.m. and it would take 20 to 25 minutes for him to get home. Weber would use North 625 West, taking him past the murder scene. Harshman believed, and Weber testified as much, that Weber would have been in the area between 2:28 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., which lines up with the state's murder timeline. Call it a coincidence, but it's a hell of a coincidence, is it not? Assuming that Weber is telling the truth, which I think he is, but we'll find out. Allen gave the detailed confession to Walla in May 2023. Harshman didn't read the report until August 2024. The bridge guy video from Libby German's phone was again played in court. Harshman testified that he believed the voice from the video was Allen's. To me, that's subjective. I don't know if that really means anything. You could think what you want all day long. Do you know it's his voice? Can you prove that's his voice? Guys, I'm trying to be as objective as I possibly can be. You've seen me attack the state. You've heard me attack the defense. I've gone back and forth with this. Again, as a layman, I'm doing my best to try to process this information the best that I can. But hearing something like that, I'd be like, you can't prove that's his voice. You could say all day long you think it is, but is that really something that a jury should weigh in on? Is it an opinion that someone thinks it's his voice? They can hear the same goddamn voice through interviews with Richard Allen, and they can hear that down the hill too. What does the jury think? I don't know. So, Rosie's cross-examination. During cross-examination, Rosie noted that there were 14,000 tips in the Delphi case and said there were numerous references, perhaps hundreds, to white vans and evidence turned over during discovery. So there we go with that. Rosie tried to poke holes in Weber's van testimony. He also asked Harshman if he considered Weber a suspect since his van was near the murder scene at the time of the killings. No, Harshman responded. Rosie also said in court that Allen was likely on medication during the time of his calls and asked Harshman if it would have an impact on his speech. The investigator didn't know. Rosie also asked Harshman if he was aware of some of Allen's bizarre behavior while in custody and asked if he'd seen video of him eating feces. Possibly, Harshman answered. Rosie asked if it was normal behavior. Not I'll tell them whatever they want me to say and asked if it would be unreasonable to think he would just say anything. That's not my interpretation, Harshman said. Rosie also asked about one of Allen's early phone calls to his father. That led to an objection from McClellan and a sidebar with Goal. On redirect, McClellan said that he wanted to play another call. The court broke for lunch at 12:40 p.m. So when court came back, McClellan played another call for the jury. The prosecutor had attempted to play the call earlier, but experienced some technical problems. The call from May 17th, 2023 was between Allen and his mother. And the calls with his mom for some reason really gets to me. And I know maybe some people have conditional love, but I think, mothers who truly love their children, it's unconditional. That they condone every single thing that they do, clearly. But this is heartbreaking. So anyways, did Kathy tell you I did it? Allen asked his mother. Disgusted. Replied, "We love you. You know that, don't you?" Regardless, Allen asked, "I'm just worried you guys aren't going to love me because I said I did it." Just saying it doesn't mean you did it, his mother said. It does when I did, Allen replied. Ricky, they're just messing with you, she said. No, Mom, they're not, he said. So if I said it, I did it. You wouldn't love me anymore? I will always love you no matter what. You can count on that, his mother said. After the call played, McClellan told the court there had been some issues with Allen since he's been moved to the Cass County jail. He talked about a video of Allen screaming at guards and yelling he's going to fucking kill them. Rosie quickly objected and said the video wasn't in discovery, leading to a sidebar. Gull had the jury taken out of the courtroom at 1:51 p.m. It appeared the defense hadn't had time to review the interview, so counsel watched in court outside the presence of the jury. Gull ultimately decided not to allow the video, which is a surprise because it seems like Gull's been given everything to the prosecution and kind of rejecting the defense almost at every turn. So this was interesting. So after returning the testimony, jurors asked Harshman several questions, including how many vans travel on the stretch of 625 West, where Weber reportedly arrived home from work around 2:30 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. Harshman pointed out how that stretch of road is a private drive. Shortly before 4 p.m., the prosecution rested. Now the defense will begin calling their uh, witnesses to the stand for testimony. So, prosecution rested. Now it's the defense show from here on out. Let's see what we have here. Byrne is my favorite to go live with. I feel bad I didn't let him talk enough. I have been trying, felt bad. I can't believe you try to steal the limelight from me, Cold. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. No, I love going live with you, Cold. You don't gotta. You know what? Sometimes you make my job easier because I'll just ramble. He really just popped up. He really did. See what else we got here. Yeah, absolutely. And I know we may have our differences on the West Memphis 3 case, you animal, but like people that always try to persuade me that Damian Eccles called um, West Memphis Police Department saying I killed those 3 kids. What are you going to do? I said that's not him. I don't think it is. And even if it's inconclusive, and I was pretty sure he was, being interviewed around that time anyway. So I don't believe that was him. So I try to be as objective as I possibly can be. I think we all have a little bit of bias, whether we like it or not. Everyone, I mean, everyone. But I try to do my absolute best. I do. All right. So let's move on to the next thing. I am fatigued as can be, but we're getting there. We are getting there. All right. The judge allowed the state to submit Allen's Google search history. Let's talk about that. That's still day 12. I think the defense called its first 2 witnesses on that scene. I hope, like before, I hope I didn't miss anything prudent. So, what Google searches from Richard Allen reveal? So, um, as the prosecution read murder suspect Richard Allen, prosecutors submitted one final exhibit to the court. The state had asked the court to admit Allen's Google search history into evidence, and the defense objected, and Special Judge Frankel took it under advisement on Thursday. The jury. I don't know yet how I feel about that yet because I don't know if it really proves anything. Um, so Fox 59 or CBS 4 report or Max Lewis noted that the searches weren't read aloud in court and witnesses offered no testimony about them. Allen is charged with 4 counts of murder in the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German near the Monon High Bridge. We know this. Um, let me see. If we got anything else regarding this? I'll I'll read a few things. Um, some of the searches, and I honestly, as weird as it is, I don't really necessarily think you can say anything to. It's an interesting data point, but it can also mean absolutely nothing. So give me one moment. I actually have this on my phone. Come on now. I thought I did. Got to have it here somewhere. Dang it. Ah, it's frustrating when you're trying to find it. Now that's just going to straight up bother me. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. So, email account admitted. Go allowed a list of Google searches from Allen's email account after December 16th, 2022. Search warrant from Indiana State Police. Allen's defense team objected, questioning whether prosecutors could show that Allen was the only one with access to the account. The list turned over by Google on February 1st, 2023 included searches ranging from May 2020 to the days before his arrest in October 2022. And among them, and let me just say, whether or not, if it wasn't Richard Allen doing the searches, it's still weird that anyone else would do these searches. But you tell me what you guys think of this because I am curious. But do you think this is damning or do you think it's weird but unrelated? It's just a weird, an interesting data point, but it doesn't prove anything. So here are some of the searches. Man held hostage by teen. So it's different. It's instead of teen held hostage by a man, it's a man held hostage by a teen. Another one is a movie about a man being held against his will. 65 plus best kidnapping and hostage movies ever made. Now that one's weird. That one's really weird. I mean, it's all weird, right? But that one specifically. Story about rebuilding Monon High Bridge. He fucking lives in Delphi. That one's not weird. Shooting ranges near me. That's weird because he really talked about how he doesn't shoot his gun a lot. Should I die now? That's weird. What's the most horrifying thing I can watch? That's weird. What's the more insidious thing I can watch? Again, if it's his wife that is doing these fucking searches, that's equally as disturbing. Whether I think it's more disturbing if it was Allen. But what's the more insidious thing I can watch? Okay, various searches for Delphi. Again, he lives in Delphi. That wouldn't be too weird. Various Delphi murder updates. Again, he lives in Delphi. I'm sure he'd want to know. Yeah, assuming he's innocent. And Delphi murders 1.2 million to restore jail. So I'm curious what you guys think of that. Joe, that's interesting. For what I have here, I'll say it again. Google allowed a list of Google searches from Allen's email account after December 16th, 2022. So it was after. Search warrant from Indiana State Police. Allen's defense team had objected, questioning whether prosecutors could show that Allen was the only one with access to the account. To me, that's irrelevant. It should be about the information itself. The list turned over by Google on February 1st, 2023. So basically anything after December 16th, 2022. But it was turned over, I assume at that point, from December 16th, 2022 the time of his. I'm sorry, let me say that again. I'm not making sense here. Sorry. Goal allowed a list of Google searches from Allen's email account after December 16, 2022. Allen's defense team had objected, questioning whether prosecutors could show that Allen was the only one with access to that account. The list turned over by Google on February 1st, 2023 included searches ranging from, okay, here we go, from May 2020 to the day before his arrest in October 2022. So that's what I was getting at. Sorry, I've been doing this now for nearly 5 hours, so please forgive me. So May 2020 to a few days before his arrest in October 2022. Those when those searches were taking place. I personally don't know that, Humanimal. Someone else might. Are you talking to me, Shane, or someone else? Sorry, I'm kind of going backwards. You could be referring to someone else. Not sure if you're talking about me. Oh, maybe you were talking to Joe Schmo. I don't know if we're going to disagree on that or not, but like I said, there are people who do lie in their confessions, and they do that for different ways, and then they also reveal information that is truthful in their confessions. Um, even Jesse's own defense expert talked about even when they do that, still 99% of the time they're guilty. So, talking to Joe. Joe, do you actually have a channel? Forgive me if I don't know you. Like, don't take it as a personal offense. Just not sure. But anyways, we're gonna get moving back along. I think there's two witnesses we still have to cover for yesterday. Come on, man. Yeah, the defense thing called its first two witnesses. So go over that, and then we're on the final day. And I have not previously really seen anything of today's coverage, so this will definitely be new to me. Whenever it decides to load, it's decides to take its sweet ass time. All right, it's just spinning circles. Don't know why. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Come on, we're almost there. We go. There. Oh, and it brought me right back to the page. What the hell? Come on. Call his first two witnesses. There we go. All right, so it's doing its typical recounting. I want to get to the point. All right, the first witness is called by the defense. So Cheyenne Mill was the first witness called by Allen's attorneys. Mill was out walking the trails and the Monon High Bridge on the day Abby and Libby vanished. Mill told jurors how she arrived at the Delphi trails at around 2:50 p.m. She talked to her boyfriend on her phone at 3:12 p.m. She told jurors how she was walking near Freedom Bridge when she spotted an overweight man who didn't say hi back. She later described this man as an old man who had a camera around his neck. Mill then walked to the Monon High Bridge and crossed the bridge. She took some photos around 3:50 p.m. During her time in the area, she told jurors that she didn't hear anything unusual and didn't see anyone in the wooded area. So she left a little after 4 p.m. and told police the next day that she had been in the area after hearing about the girls. She met police at Indiana Beach and gave them her account. She had 6 months later, what is that? The FBI contacted her and notified her that her phone was pinged as being at the High Bridge on February 13th. Mill began crying on the stand when she talked about how she's experienced doxing from online vigilantes who follow the case. That's terrible. Um, the next witnesses was Teresa Labir. I'm assuming that's French. Labir. Um, who lives near the murder scene and is a neighbor of Brad Weber, who testified at driving home in a van around 2:30 p.m. on the day the girls vanished. Teresa said that she saw a man standing near her mailboxes on the day that the girls vanished from the trails. She said she saw this man around 8:30 a.m. and said that he walked down a 625 north in the general direction of the High Bridge. Teresa told prosecutors she'd never seen this man since and had never seen a photo of the man she saw by the mailboxes. Court ended for the day after Teresa left the stand. It will resume on Friday with more defense witness called for testimony. And that's what we're going to go with next. So, finally, at the final stretch here. So, there's no link attached to this. This is just a summary. Thing. Um, yeah. So this may not give us a lot of information for today. So day 13's testimony, Friday, November 1st. The defense called a Hammond police investigator to the stand to discuss his February 2017 interview with Brad Weber. The investigator assigned to assist with the Delphi investigation couldn't recall any details of the interview, especially whether Weber said he went directly home from work on February 13th, 2017. The defense's fourth witness was the director of the behavioral health for the Indiana Department of Correction. She told the court that solitary confinement can and have a negative impact on especially those suffering from mental health issues. She said that she was concerned about constant video monitoring for Allen. Now, what I'd like to know is how many of these fucking people in solitary confinement, even if they start going wacky, start fucking confessing to murders that there's a suspect in. I want to know that. I want to know how many times that if you go fucking bonkers, you're going to start saying, I did it. I killed the person you accused me of killing. I did it. I did it. I want to know that. Show me the statistics on that is a high probability. And maybe there is. There might be, and I might learn something. Someone help me. Help me find that out, please. So on the stand, Christopher Goatee, Hammond investigator who interviewed Brad Weber in 2017, Dr. Deanna Wagner, director of behavioral health for the Department of Correction, and that's all I have now on Fox 59. So I know there'll be more information on that, but 5 hours of information, we got through it. All 16 of us. They're 12 now. So let me ask you guys, you don't have to say you know, but what do you think? Do you think he's guilty? Do you think he's innocent? What do you think? I am curious. You need to change your mind on this as more information is coming out. You don't have to say, I know he is, or I would convict him. I'm just asking you, based on the information that we know so far that is being presented in court, what do you think? Burn, you preaching in the choir. I want to know that too about confessions and pretrial solitary confinement. Yeah, yeah, I do. Like, because I was having an interesting conversation with someone yesterday, a good friend of mine who's very highly involved in another missing person case. And, we talked about how she said that about like anywhere between 40 to 60% of like people like that commit like certain crimes are unemployed. And I was like, that's still a huge gap. And we're talking either less than half or a little over half. I was like, but why don't we just go ahead and just compromise and call it a half? That means it's a 50-50 shot, which doesn't mean anything. And so we have these statistics to do the statistics really matter. I would just like to know under these situations, and I mean, I would like to have empirical evidence. I like to have empirical evidence that someone like that will falsely confess under those conditions. So this is interesting. So thank you, Cold Truth. So I just cannot see the jury being moved by the state's closing. And that's interesting. I'm not fully convinced that they will, but if it does, if the jury does decide to render a guilty verdict for Richard Allen, I think the van is what does it. And if people want to poke holes on that, that's fine. I'm just saying if they render a guilty verdict, it's got to be because of the van information. That's the glue that basically adds credence or credibility to everything else. If we are to believe that what Richard Allen said about the van was true, and we can make arguments about that, but if the jury believes that, then the jury's going to believe other things are more likely true as well, which then um, creates a compilation of evidence that other things are now more credible based on this. But we'll see. Anyone else? I know a lot of people have left. We only got 13 people left. I don't want to hide that. I subbed here burn after reading live, and I'm reluctant to do that lately because of the idiocy associated with this case. Hey, I'm a moron. I'm a layman. Like, I'm no better than anyone else, Joe. I'm not. Like, I'm one person who is just trying to assess this the best way that I can. Um, I'm more passionate about other cases as far as my convictions with that. With this case, look, we don't, we're not even over yet with it. We don't know what the verdict's going to be. We don't have any appeals regarding it. Um, I don't have, I would like to, I'm hoping that the transcripts, I hope there's transcripts of this. I hope that we're going to be able to, I hope that we're going to be able to get more. Sorry, my my charger unplugged, so I'm completely distracted. Oh, I was going to say, I hope we do get court documents, transcripts of this case, if that exists. With this, I don't know with Judge Gold's draconian rules, but we should, and other evidence and stuff like that. That should be available to the public, and that's a fair point. We have to wait and see about the Weber, what the subpoena was for. Because if the defense has it and has proof that he was going to other places and he didn't arrive home until way later, that does destroy the whole van thing, does it not? It would. At that point, if that happens, yeah, I'm fully convinced that you have to acquit Richard Allen. You have to. But if it remains consistent and the defense cannot show that Weber was anywhere else, and we go, basically the jury has to weigh Weber's testimony after that. Yeah, he doesn't have to be the most popular guy of the year. He could be an asshole. I hear he's very temperamental and stuff, but he can be both temperamental and he could be telling the truth. um So yeah, and I look at it like this. Hopefully the state correctly confirms his time. Hopefully the timeline is accurate because that's what we want. And if the defense actually can prove otherwise, and we want that to be true, right? See, I'm not against defense. I'm not against the state. I just want the truth on this. And so I want the truth. Was that van there? When he said it was there, or was it not? That because the stakes are so high with that. A man's life, whether one way or the other, and justice is on the line as far as that goes, because we don't want a man who didn't commit this crime in prison, right? And we don't want a man to get away. We don't want him to get away either. Defenders will shoot themselves in the foot. All their witnesses have to be cross-examined. Jury won't fall for it. Maybe. I appreciate it. It's a small, humble little channel. I want to make this clear. Like, I don't bash anyone that makes money off true crime if they're doing it in a very ethical way. And if that's the career path they want to take, is to cover these things. Um, I'll never fault anyone for that. It's just it's not my style. That doesn't mean I'm better. Okay, I want to make sure that's clear. I'm not trying. I don't make money, so this means that I'm the best in the world. No. Um, I'm happy with my life. This is something that I do because I'm passionate about it. And so I do that, and I do that without wanting to make money. Um, so like I don't want that to sound sanctimonious because I don't want it to be or mean it to be. But wow, 5 hours, and I guarantee you no one is going to watch the replay of this. So I respect that. I'm not monetized. I won't fault them either. I want truth and justice, and I'm happy. Um, Happy I found you. Thanks. And we might have disagreements on things. It's okay to disagree. It's okay. Um, sometimes I can come off as an asshole. I can. I'm sure other people can too. As long as people aren't grifters or scam artists, as long as they're not trying to intentionally lie just to fit whatever their own narrative or they're trying to make a buck off it. Yep, I want truth only. I'm someone who has to see, read, hear for herself. So this man has been, it's been torturous. Not sure. Let me read that again. Um, I'm someone who has to see, read, hear for herself. So this has been torturous. Not sure how I'd swing guilt innocence. I'm only at a stage of Allen looks like BG. Okay, not only. Um, Thank you. Oh yeah, like the person I mentioned earlier. We were talking about this, and we were talking about the percentages of people who commit crimes as far as their employment or unemployment. I absolutely adore her. That she's smoking hot, but like we'll argue, and like it can get really intense. But like there's a respect there. Like it's not a hatred or anything or a disrespect. Like there's people I don't respect. I don't respect Rick Snay. I don't respect Anthony Greeno, and they're two sides of it. Anthony Greeno says, I know for a fact that Richard Allen is guilty. And then you have Rick Snay. I know Richard Allen is innocent. Well, then he'll say, well, I can't say that for sure. I'm all constitution and due process. But then we'll basically, he's innocent. He's innocent. And so he'll be saying that. Um, so I think with all the coverage, I may have skipped some part because I don't recall um, the witness of seeing the guy who was bridge guy and the person who said that he looked beautiful. So I think I might have missed that smidge of detail of some of the witness statements. Um, but I mean, come on, 5 hours. Give me a break. Now he's a charmer, man. Like he charms the shit out of people. But I'm glad you didn't fall for it, Joe. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much. Yes, he is a tiny human. Is he? Oh yeah, he's a tiny human. Joe Schmo, back me up, man. My God, well look, you could see the pictures with him with other females. That man is 5'7", like 5'8". He is not 5'9" or 5'10". It is a lie. Maybe if he had fucking platform shoes on, maybe if he stepped on a fucking ladder. You know, the one thing I do want to do this holiday season, I want to do like a holiday live stream. That was fun. Like I think like what you did before Cold Truth, before I started doing live streams and all that other stuff, drinking drinking booze and stuff, although that could probably lead to some bad things being said and where I go, "Oh my god, we got to delete that live stream." But that'd be fun. But again, guys, thank you so much. 5 hours, can't believe it. I appreciate all of you who hung on. And with that said, I'm going to let you go. Actually, I'm going to let you guys go. But before I do, why don't I go ahead and let you guys go with a present? And then I'll end it. Just give me a second. I just got to make sure I have it in my download. Give me a sec here. All right. So I believe I got it. I just have to load it in, so to speak. There's a few of you, just bear with me. Video file, there we go. Go download. All right, here we go.
Burrino's on the case, a charming facade. Doesn't even hide his past, habitual offender displayed. Unpaid child support, leaving families in strife. A deadbeat dad ignoring accountability is his life. Felon on a mission, that's his MO. Running scams left and right, putting on a glow. He's got the look, but he's no Sherlock Holmes. Anthony Greeno, the final boss of true crime grifting shows.
Threats to a murder suspect and his legal team, ignored by the judge, a disturbing extreme.
Followers hooked on his wild, untrue tales. Anthony Greeno, the final boss of true crime grifting shows.
Threats to a murder suspect and his legal team, ignored by the judge, a disturbing extreme.
Followers hooked on his wild, untrue tales. A Pied Piper of deceit, he prevails.
Claims to be the final boss, a self-proclaimed king,
But his own children see through the fabricated ring. They know the truth behind the false pretense. A father's failure, a painful resemblance. Heroic shots are staring off into thin air. Touching water, a pretend detective's care. Dramatic pauses, cringeworthy display. Singers of ghost fiction in a world of disarray. The views are dwindling, his fame's on the wane. His true crime shows losing its once plentiful game.
soon he'll fade back into obscurity's night. A forgotten grifter, lost without a fight.
Felon on a mission, that's his MO. Running scams left and right, putting on the glow. He's got the look, but he's no Sherlock Holmes. Anthony Greeno, the final boss of true crime grifting shows.
In 1971, Bill Gates invented Microsoft. Wouldn't it be cool if I could remember my dingus password for my email? That would be cool.
All right, everyone. I'm Rick Mullinax. This is Burn After Reading. I'll catch your ass down the road. Have a good one. Bye.